Good morning, everyone. I'm Bondar JR, also known as the Silver Wolf. Sorry I'm running a little bit late this morning. I twinged my back this morning. It's causing me a lot of pain. But the stream must go on. So we are here. It's actually sitting actually helps some. But today is mining event day. So I just saw Kickin log in. Looks like we got drachenhort here, Jerry Cans here. I mean, looks like we got a good group already. So pretty awesome. Sorry again I'm late, but let's get started. I did manage to jump Falstaff to, and of course we have the same problem we've always had. When I jump clone, it gives me two ships. I don't know why they haven't fixed that yet. Probably because I haven't reported it, but I'm sure somebody's reported it. But anyway, once I undock and redock, it'll be fine. So it also did it with Kragan last week because I had to jump him as well. Usually I leave Kragan here. So, but I will check out and see if Kickin wants to. If you're not in the in-game channel, jump in the in-game channel. And we'll get you an invite. Form fleet. Yes. All right. Close. All right. Now let's see. So let's see. I saw Jerry Cans out there. So let me invite. And Cass. Come on. And Evan. And Fred. And I don't know if Respin is in there. Let's get him invited just in case. If you don't want to be, you can always ignore the invite. It's not a problem. More the merrier. Newen. All right. If I missed anybody, let me know. Or if you need another invite, let me know. Oh, my Lord. My back is... Oh, yeah, I don't know what I did. Probably TMI. I bent down to kiss my wife who was sitting on the toilet as I was getting out of the shower. And my back just seized up. Lower back. Oh, my God. And it hasn't quite released yet. So, it probably won't until I lay down for a while, but that's okay. So, but that wasn't why I was late. I was late to begin with. And then this one kind of kicked on. So, yes, looks like we've got 8 people in there. Long time. So, yeah, I can boost unless somebody else wants to. Um, want to make sure we have compression, otherwise it's kind of a waste. Yeah, Mismo was in, but he left. He's doing home fronts. So I haven't heard from Kickin yet. He accepted the fleet invite, so that's good. I wonder if that's Atlas. Astra Prime. Yeah, I have him added, so that means he's somebody I know. DLH. Ah, excellent. She's somebody I know. Alright. Alright, so she's in.
See something strange? Is a neighbor acting unusually or making inexplicably large purchases? Contact the FIO and help.
Alright, so letting people know in the in-game channel. Sorry, I can't type and talk at the same time, so letting people know in the in-game channel that we're getting started. So I haven't heard from Kickin, so I'm gonna go ahead and take the porpoise out. Go ahead and take the porpoise out, and then if he shows up, well, we can switch over. He's probably not in the area. Oh my goodness. Really got to watch that bending down. Oh, so no, he said he's grabbing the orca. Of course he is, because I just undocked. Alright. Alright.
Verdant forests, vibrant life forms, majestic mountains. Visit the Jewel of the Federation, free of the troubles of war.
Change the name. That one belongs to somebody else. So let's. For silver wolves. Actually, let's do S. Alright. So let me find a belt while we're waiting. What's up, babies? Abigail's here with me. Her mommy went shopping this morning. They went to Lipa to try and resolve. So that's a whole long story. I'll wait till some more people get in for that one, but yeah, but she's in Lipa today. Asteroid belt. Let's do 7-6.
Warp drive active.
Start there. See what it looks like. What are you doing? What are you doing? Huh? What are you doing? What are you doing? Let me get Kragan out here. A lot of people playing Dune Awakening. Hoping it goes on sale so I can pick it up. Does seem like it's pretty popular. Alright, let's see what kind of asteroids we got. Yeah, not a whole lot. Yeah, let's go to a different one. Let's go to a different one. Somebody mined all the good stuff out of this one. Alright, so I'm gonna do, let's do 7-4. I think that's where I was yesterday.
Warp drive active.
Oh my lord. So we had a lot of people leave the fleet. Alright, so this one looks a little better. Yeah, not much, but. That's the second time my Eve client just closed. I saw that. Maybe something between you and them. I have that every once in a while where it just kind of acts up. Oh, come on. That sucks, drachenhort. But yeah, I have that every once in a while where it does it. DLH, good to see you. Welcome. I'm in 7-4. I just put it in the fleet chat. You can warp to me, or you can warp to that location. Gonna warp to Falstaff. We don't have any boost yet, but he's on his way. Oh, we do. Cast is here. Good to see you guys. I just saw that, yeah. You might reset your router just to make sure it's pulling the latest. And actually, there is Newen with the Orca. Excellent, 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 excellent. All right, I'm gonna orbit. Ooh, not that one. This one. No, approach. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Alright, that works. Alright, let me get Evan another invite. Where'd you go? Oh, did you log off again? I was trying to invite you again, but yeah, I just told you to reboot your thing, so that probably didn't help. All right, yeah, so sorry, I guess I didn't realize I could talk, so yeah, DLH, the Orca, whatever range it's got, it should be more than sufficient. We never have any problems with that, but it'll boost your range. So if you hover over this thing here, it tells you what so it's giving us a 99% boost to the module range and a negative 37% boost to mining module duration, which is cutting the time, and the mining crystal volatility, which makes the mining crystals last longer. So I don't think Kickin's in the stream yet. So, but yeah, so we've never had a problem where we were outside of the Orca's range. So, oh my God. But my cell prone provider is sending me messages left and right, which is always a super pain in the butt. All right. So no massive scordite. So yeah, so this wasn't the best one. Sorry about that, but it was definitely better than the first one I went to. So switch my connection. Let's see if this works. Okay. Legomaniax, good to see ya. DLH, good to see ya. Drachenhort, welcome back. Appreciate you guys. Oh, I bet you this is about to fill up. Up, compression's not on yet. Up. All right. Because Newen is not in. There we go. So let me get him invited. I'm sending you an invite now. Newen is offline. Up, so he must have disconnected. All right, let's get Evan. Evan's not there, but Evan will be in local. Yes, I know. Trying to get things fixed. That's weird. I see Newen sitting here, but it says he's offline. If I wanted to join for a few, you're welcome. Yes. Yes, I actually do. It depends on what you can fly, but I have a variety. So, yes. Newen get back on? No. Yeah, that's really weird. So I see Newen here. I see him too. Yeah, okay. I can bring 3 characters. Yeah, no worry. I got, I don't know that I have 3. Somebody else may have a couple, but yeah, I probably have 2. And then I've got a venture as well and an expedition. I don't know why I'm having trouble figuring out how to find my ships. Oh, I had a nickel. Yeah, so I got an endurance. I can always switch to the other one as well. Man, I could have swore I had another one. Maybe Kragan has it. Alright, Newen finally logged off, so now maybe he'll get reconnected. No worries. Be careful with the autopilot. Make sure you're not going through Udema or anything. Alright. Yeah, I got a couple endurances. I know. I could have swore I had some more. Yeah, so here's an exhumer. This is going to be Hulk. Yeah, there's a Hulk. And Retriever. Yeah, so I've got a Hulk and a Retriever and a couple exhumer, a couple expeditions. Enterprise. There's Evan. All right, Evan's in. Good. Let's get Newen invited. No. Come on. I can't invite the fleet. Gotta be on the right one, you moron. Alright. We got Newen coming in. Yeah, it looks like everybody's having connection problems, so it doesn't seem to be just you, drachenhort. Alright. Yeah, so yeah, our booster lost, so no, they're expeditions, I think. It's the other one besides the prospect. The venture can upgrade to 2 different ones, prospect and something else. What's up, VentedOne? Good to see you, buddy. And I always do the other one, so. But yes, the boost should be up here again in a second. So there's the boost. And there's the compression. So we're back in business. Alright. Cool beans. But yeah, it seems like lots of people are having connection problems this morning with Eve. So I don't know if they've got some problem. I mean, more than usual. But no problems, VentedOne. You're always welcome. Love my lurkers. Oh. The endurance. That's it. The endurance. Yep. Endurance. I can never remember. I know it starts with an E, but I can never remember the name. It's a real pain in the butt. I don't know why. It's not that hard. So yes, I have 2 endurances. 2 endurances, a Hulk, and a Retriever as loners. Oh. All right. Oh, hopefully this back straightens out here soon. Nothing like back problems to get you going in the morning. Yeah, that's really bugging me. I'm training into a porpoise soon. Yeah, porpoise is always nice. It's a kind of, I like it better because I don't have to fly the orca around. I have an orca, but it's a real pain. I've been thinking about moving it out here and leaving it out here because that would probably work better. But haven't done that yet. So, but yeah, so the orca gives more boost than the porpoise as well. So thanks again. I don't think Kickin's in the stream. But yeah, so oh. But yeah, porpoise is always a good one. I keep it also here so that when I need to compress some of my own ore, I just undock it, compress it, and put it back. So, but yeah, I'm in a Hulk, so mine storage runs out really quick. So mine ran out for a while. In fact, I should have just jettisoned and then picked it back up later, but I didn't think it through that well. So, but yeah.
Asteroid is depleted.
But that's kind of typical. I like the Hulk because it gives a lot of good bonuses, but it's got a really, really small hold, especially for when we're boosting like this, because we're boosting pretty heavy. So what's the range? 39. Yep. So I got a couple that are too far away. So I got to pretty much compress every cycle, which is really frustrating. I think I can get it in the beginning. I can get away with 2, but after that, but yeah, porpoise is always a good idea. Yeah, porpoise is always a good idea. And I actually build the porpoises, so now I've built some. It's not one I build on a regular basis, but I built the one I use, so. But yeah, thanks for being here, everybody. Yeah, and I invent the Hulk and the coveter, I think. And so I have blueprints laying around for those. I just haven't built one lately. I need to. I lost the Hulk, and I need to build a couple extras so we have them here. So. Kragan's using a retriever, which he really should be in the second one. The Mackinaw. Yeah, so I invent the Mackinaw and the Hulk. And so I really should build him a Mackinaw. Oop, didn't want to do that. But I haven't got around to it, so. Jadsia looks like she's watching our back, so. Yeah. We got more people in the fleet than we got in the stream at the moment. Go figure. Of course, I think half of those are kicking. So, yeah. Well, he's in a hauler, so I'm not sure it's much Overwatch, but always good to have somebody watching out for us. We've got one person in local that is not in our fleet, which is rare, but they don't look like they're a bother. I'm not worried about them yet. I don't get worried about people very often, but every once in a while. Alright, what's my range? 30. Alright, I've got a couple others here I won't be able to reach yet. But yeah, usually we have a couple people with ventures out here that haven't quite skilled into the mining barges yet. So yeah, it's all good. Oh. Yeah, I think I may have some muscle relaxers left over from the last time I threw my back out, so I may try and find those. Because yeah, this is... honestly, I don't know what I did to it, but really tweaked it. But it's hell to get old. Hell to get old. That might be amusing. Yeah. We are up in mining. Yep. If you want to join us, Skimitar, feel free. We're in U-Fiend. Oop, what the hell happened there? Obviously hit the wrong button. Yeah, if you join the in-game channel, I'll get you a fleet invite. Sorry, I don't know why I'm typing when I can talk, but yeah. Oop. Helps if you use the right command. Gonna let Fred stay outside. I somehow managed to screw up my overview and the rest. Something to work on after breakfast. There you go. I hate when I do that. No rush, Scimitar. We'll be here for several hours, so at least Evan stays online now. Yeah, so it looks like switching your connection did work, so yeah, there may be a node out between you and CCP Iceland. And once that happens, it kind of causes problems. So yeah, switching the connection causes it to use a different route. Sometimes refreshing your router will also cause it to use a different route. So I do that from time to time when I have over and over connection problems. So I have switched everything in the house as of this morning over to Starlink. So that's kind of helped. I don't know if it's helped, but my ISP was doing maintenance last night. Yeah, I hate that. My broadband here, which it says it's faster than my Starlink, which it's faster, but it's not more reliable. So, yeah. And I don't really think it's faster either. But it tends to do maintenance like every 3 hours. And then we have to call them to have them turn it back on because they're like, oh, we didn't know it was down. You didn't know it was down? Yeah. Usually use my VPN in Iceland, trying a new one at the moment. I guess that's a no-no for the future. So I have never been able to use a VPN with Eve. When I use the VPN with Eve, certain things don't work, like the dailies, that kind of stuff. None of that comes up. And so yeah, that is a lot of maintenance. And so yeah, so I never use the VPN with Eve. I only use the VPN when I have to do something with my bank or any of the other things that require it. And then now it's gotten to the point where a lot of the government sites, so if I try to do something for the US government, they can tell, new one's offline again. They can tell that it's a VPN, and so it doesn't allow me to connect, which is kind of hard, which is kind of bad. So I had one the other day. So our booster gone. Well, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna fly back, and I'm gonna. Let me see if I can compress. Nope. I'm gonna fly back and get the porpoise just so we have a second one. Is that it? Yep. So my boosts aren't anywhere near what his are, but it'll be better than nothing. So at least we'll have compression and that. Plus my Hulk fills up in like 2 seconds, so. Yep, there goes Evan. So we're losing them all. Yeah. Yeah, no, we have one. He's just having connection problems, so I'm gonna switch to boosted as well, so we'll have double boost.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
But thanks, Scimitar. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, we've never had any issues with coverage, so, but, you know, what else is new? Dumpling Daddy, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Yeah, so new one's back online. Let me warp to you guys. Let's warp to Kragan.
Warp drive active.
Let me get new one invited. Only an issue when there's a single point of failure, it seems. Yup. There's Scimitar. There's Scimitar. Alright. Alright, mining booster up and compression is up. So it may take a second for it to refresh on you guys, but it should be good. I didn't fill up the fuel bay before I left. Hopefully there's enough fuel. Good to see you, Dumpling Daddy. Thanks for being here. Thanks for the follow. So now we got double boost. It'll take whichever one's better. So that way if he gets disconnected again, then at least it'll apply mine. So that way we're covered. Alright, Craig doesn't have anything targeted. Of course not. Why would he have something targeted? Oh, there's Evan. Let me get him invited. Come on. Kitty Ninja's online. Alright, got everybody up and working. So, since Newen's here, I'm going to turn off my compression. And my boost. But I'll sit here in case he disappears and then I can turn him back on. That way I'll save some fuel. And now that I'm here, he'll never ever disconnect again. Why won't it let me edit it? There it is. Alright. Now we're cooking with gas. Yeah, Jinx. Yep. Yeah, I didn't fill up with fuel before I disembark. I very rarely boost, and so I'm actually working to upgrade my boosting skills so we can get better boost. And like I said, I think I'm going to bring the workout here. The knife safe system. I also need some T2 mining drone. Which I'm not sure. Don't want 600. 50 should be more than enough. Oh, we got rats. They're really far out. Come on. Good job. Why are my drones not coming in? Return. Guess it decided they weren't going to come. No reason to bring them in. You guys had it covered. I'm pit stopped in Doe Dixie. Want me to pick you up some? Oh no, I have fuel here. I just left it in the station, so no, but appreciate that. Sorry, Lego. Yeah, we're good. I just didn't fill it up before I left, but I think we're gonna be good. Now that I'm here as a backup, I'm sure Kickin's not gonna disconnect anymore. So, oh, T2 mining drones. No, that's all right. I'm gonna build them. Yeah, I don't buy nothing. Not if I can help it. But thank you. Market's too expensive. I only sell so I can benefit from the expensive market. So Dumpling Daddy, forgot to tell you, if you wanted to mine with us, you're welcome to join us. I'm very cheap. Very cheap. In fact, I'm not sure cheap is a strong enough word. So we've actually got 3 or 4 people now. 1, 2, 3, 4 people in system with us that are not part of our group. So that's interesting. Seems we're attracting more people. We'll see if they hang out, if they're cutting through. Kind of looks like they're hanging out. Kind of looks like they're hanging out. But yeah, cheap is not a strong enough word. I am definitely worse than cheap. Oh. My wife was yelling at me for keeping all the old medication. Appreciate the offer. Maybe a bit later. Haven't trained too much in mining. No worries. You could always use a venture. Everybody can do a venture. So, and our boost will work with that as well. So, and that's a good way to kind of get your feet wet. So, you can always sell the ore. So, it's a good way to make money. Nice, consistent way to make money. So, doesn't make you as much as some of the others, but yeah, I have them as neutral, right? Yeah, there's 4 of them. Hemora, Mantooth, Rayon, and Valuni. They're all neutral to me, so that means they haven't bothered us before, so. But yeah, Dumpling Daddy, you're always welcome. We're open to everybody. So, no charge, completely free. We provide the boost and the compression. Great way to make some extra money. Especially if you're just starting out. We're always looking to give everybody a leg up. My stream also has a corp, which is a 0 tax corp, because I don't believe in taxing. So you guys are all welcome to join that as well. So called the Silver Wolves of Freedom. Freedom from tax. Freedom from oppression. Freedom from whatever. Can you explain the salvage for people, please? So, salvage, I'm not sure what you're referring to, but anybody can salvage. Right now, I think Jerry Can's got a mobile tractor out, so he's pulling it all in. But IRS can't find me and Eve. There you go. There you go. But yeah, so salvage is another one where you can make some money. If you add salvagers or salvage drones, you can salvage wrecks, and it gives you components that can be used to build rigs, which are modifications to your ship. And so the lower level ones will build tier 1 rigs, and then some of the higher level ones build T2 rigs. So, but yeah, anybody's welcome to salvage. It's kind of whoever gets to it first. I haven't put my salvagers out because I saw other people were doing it, because the cargo container has labels on it. Oh, well, we can always remove those. But yeah, Jerry can. He's just cleaning up. We try to clean up after ourselves. So yeah. So the labels shouldn't have labels because we're all part of the same fleet. So anybody from the fleet can grab them. But yeah, they will have labels on whoever killed the rat. But it won't matter from that perspective. Since we're all part of the same fleet, it'll let anybody in the fleet. It's only if it shows yellow to you will you have a problem. And then if we have any that end up like that, we'll release them. You can actually do I can't do it here now, but you can do a right click on it and say abandon, and that'll turn it to blue, which makes it available to anyone. So yeah, it's only the yellow ones. And as long as you have your little and I don't know if you guys can see it. Yep. As long as you guys have your little safety thing on here, that'll keep you from looting anything that's yellow, so that you don't give anybody kill rights, or not really kill rights, but the ability to attack you. So, but yeah, since we're all in the same fleet, they're open to everybody in the fleet. So, but they will have labels based on who killed the rat, who had the last shot on the rat. That the label doesn't matter. It's the colors you want to pay attention to. So I apologize if anybody's colorblind. Eve is very color-based. So. But yeah, Jerry can, he's just pulling all that in because he's got a hauler there. So he's pulling all that into his hauler with his mobile tractor. So. when he's not here, the wrecks usually sit there forever, and so then I usually salvage them and then leave the cans for anybody who wants them. But yeah, anybody who wants it, it's available. So we just try to make sure it's all cleaned up before we leave. So try to clean up after ourselves. Try to. Not always successful. I think when I went to the other belt, I left a couple wrecks. So, because it was such a crappy belt. Looks like Jerry Can's taking off. You leaving us, Jerry Can? Yeah, I always clean up. Yeah, I always clean up. I try to always clean up. I shouldn't say. Always is kind of a strong word, so. My nose is peeling. I don't know why my nose is peeling. Didn't get any sunburn. But yeah, they're available to anybody, so. Jerry Can's probably going to go play BG3 now, so. Thanks for joining us, Jerry Can. Appreciate it. I like the drow one you posted, I think was this morning. Either it was this morning or yesterday. I've been meaning to ask you, Jerry Can, how many characters do you have in BG3? Yeah, you can salvage yellow wrecks in the wild. Yes, that's true. Yep. And all of the ones here, 10-ish. Okay, that's not too bad. All the ones here should show up white to you, which means they're available to you. So, because they would be available to anyone in the thing. So, yeah. Kitty, what's up? We're mining if you want to join us. All right, so new one's offline again. So let me get my stuff started. He's having a lot of connection problems today. All right, he's back online. I'll leave mine on until he gets it moved. So, oh yeah, sure, I'll join you, but I need some time to get there. No worries, let me send you an invite, so. All right, Scimitar, I think I got all them invited. You guys should be able to warp to us. No worries. Yeah, no worries, DLH. Always good to clarify, but yeah, anything that's out there is welcome. Like I said, I normally grab them and nobody else does, so, but yeah, no worries. All right, so new one's back up, so I'm going to turn these off. Need to check on my skills. So yeah, so in order to do bigger ones, I need Wing Command 5 so that I can add these fleet commands in here. So Wing Command 5 is the one that I need to get trained up. My boost only go through these two. Yeah. $120 hours. I could use another boost. The ads on here are always amusing. Yeah, I apologize. They're not very... Oop, nope, that's not what I wanted. Turn my core back on again, moron. But yeah, the ads, sorry about that. The ads are very amusing. Mostly Viagra and other ones. I don't know if it's because I'm old, so. But yeah. And Scimitar, you should be able to warp to us in the fleet when. Oh, there you go. You got it. I don't know why I'm typing stuff when I can talk, but. But yeah, the ads are usually amusing. I get some really weird ones on other channels as well, so I thought about paying for Turbo so I didn't have to worry about that anymore, but I do like subscribing to some of my friends. I have the Amazon Prime, which gives me a free subscription, which is kind of nice. Won't let me use it for myself, but yeah. Yeah, so we've actually got 4 Legos here. Sorry, Lego, I should have invited you already. So what do you prefer, Lego? I've got a Hulk. I've got a... I think it's a Retriever. I've got an Endurance. I'm sure you don't want the Endurance. Or Expedition. Yeah, that's a Hulk. New one's offline again. Alright. I brought some coveters into... Oh, okay. No worries. Well, man, those aren't cheap. So, like I said, yeah, I have the loaners. Usually Jackson is on, and he has more loaners. So, Alright. Alright. I keep meaning to tell Kickin when he comes on, so. Yeah. I was going to go Hulk, but those were a bit more. Yeah, the Hulks are a bit more. And if you want, I can probably build you Hulks from the Covetors, so. Retrieval goes up to the Mackinaw, but the Covetor goes up to a Hulk, so. The upgrade's not too much. It's amazing how much they charge for it on the market, but. Alright, so yeah. So Kickins, yeah, keeps losing connection. I keep meaning to tell him when he comes back on. Oh, there he is. So Evan is there. Let's get him invited. Why don't I see him? Oh no, he just disconnected, that's why. Yeah. How much for the upgrade? I don't know off the top of my head, but yeah, on the market it's considerably more. The Covetor's going for 20 million and the Hulks go for like 200 or 300 million. So yeah, Covetor was 100 million, Hulks for 300. Okay. Really? The Covetor's 100 million? Oh my lord. Yeah, I build them for a lot less than that. A lot less. Alright, let me get Lego Block invited. And Ian Vicious. Alright, Lego, I think I got all yours invited. Yeah, Covetor's like 56 mil in Jita. Yeah, so full fit versus just a hole. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright. Well, new one's back. Somebody bumped me. Alright. Well, if you got strip miners for ore and ice, maybe 100 million. Yeah. Yeah, no, he said he also did all the fit too, so that makes more sense. That 100 million probably about right. All right, let's get Evan an invite. A lot of inviting today. Oh, my foot itches. I can't bend down to scratch it because my back hurts. Yeah, Kickin's not. I don't think Kickin's in the stream. Kickin, if you're in the stream, say something. Yeah, I don't think Kickin's in the stream, so. But. Yeah, Drachenhort had the same problem, so. And he was able to reset his connection. Oh. All right. So great turnout today. Appreciate it, everybody. So thanks for being here. Always a pleasure. Ugh. So yeah, the wife went to Lipa. So we had a situation here when we installed, wallet says 78 million for each coveter hole. Okay, well that's still pretty high. Yeah, 56 in Jita. So that's like 1.5 times. Yeah, so I never knew Jita to be the cheapest. I know that's where I always bought it from, but looks like maybe it is the cheapest. Some things are horribly overpriced because they figure you're there to buy something else so they can get you for the others, but yeah, Jita was a bit further away. Yep. Especially to fly barges. I agree. Oh. But yeah, so when we installed the air conditioners here 2 months ago, actually 3 months ago, because it was in February. February? Yeah. So yeah, that'd be 4 months ago. Maybe it was March. It might have been March. So 3 months ago. What's up, USA for the win? You're welcome to join us for mining. But we got a good group. But anyway, so when they installed the air conditioners, the homeowners association here, since this is a development with a homeowner association, they told us we needed to put down 20,000 pesos, which is what, 400 bucks? 400 bucks? 500 bucks? 400 bucks. $400 US, roughly. And they told us we needed to put down 20,000 pesos as a deposit. Why, I don't know. The house is owned by, a guy who lives here that we rent from. And, he didn't care. And so, my thought was that he should put it down. But, of course, he didn't have it. So, they don't like me. No worries, USA for the win. I remember you telling me that before. But yeah, so anyway, so we had to put down this 20,000, and they told us, okay, well, once you're done installing the air conditioners, we'll return it to you. So we've been trying now for the last 3 months to get this money returned to us. And of course, we paid it here in San Juan. MantaFinch, thanks for the resub. Appreciate it. Good to see you, buddy. So, what system are you all in? I might join you. Got a quick stop to make. We are in Ufine. Dumpling Daddy. It's in Galente space. So, but yeah, so for 3 months we've been trying to get this 20 grand back. And I'm not too worried about it. I think it says 400 bucks. I mean, it's not a whole lot of money, but it's a lot of money by Filipino standards. And so it's more than we pay in our rent for a month. So anyway, they've been giving us the runarounds. This, that, and the other, whatever. Finally, they told us if we wanted faster, we could drive the 2 hours to Lipa, and we could pick it up from their main office. Well, we've done that 3 times now, and each time they tell us some excuse. The person who does the refunds is not here, they're on vacation, or the paperwork hasn't been filed, or. So anyway, supposedly, they called yesterday, and supposedly today, we can pick up the 20 grand. So my wife is headed there to get that picked up. But it's been funny because it has been such a nightmare where it was just supposed to be a deposit. The other problem is we're talking about installing more air conditioners, which I'm like, okay, well, if we do that, they're going to want another 20 grand. Yeah, well, see, that's the problem here. It's lawyers here in the Philippines. All they really do is notary. They really don't do anything. So yeah, they're pretty much worthless. Even if you have a contract, they're not able to really uphold it. But yeah, that's what I said. Is it's really not worth it to us. That's what I said. Just let it go. Don't let them keep it, but we'll get it eventually because they're not going to keep our money. But and my wife's all up in arms about it. And then, of course, she's talking about installing more air conditioners, which I'm sure she's going to get it back today. And then she's going to want to install more air conditioners. They're going to want her to pay again. And I guess it's some kind of deposit that the homeowner association takes in case you deface the property and bring down the property values. Now, I don't know how installing an air conditioner could do that, but anyway. Yeah, their whole explanation for the 20 grand in the first place was pretty ridiculous. But yeah, so we've been trying to get this back for 3 months now because we had the air conditioners installed before we got here. We got here in April. They were installed in March. The time to become a lawyer and start your own property. Yeah, the problem is here foreigners have no power. No power at all. And we're talking about it. We were watching a vlogger yesterday. And if you get in a car accident here and you don't have like dash cams, they pretty much automatically say it's your fault because you're the foreigner and you have money, where the Filipinos don't have any money. And so you moved away from the U.S. and the HOA followed you. Yeah. Installing it incorrectly could do that. Yeah, and I guess that's part of it, DLH, is that they want to try and cover their, But the thing is, I could see the guy we're renting from wanting us to give him a deposit because it's his property. But it's the homeowners association that's causing the deposit. And what it is it's just a scam for them to get this money and really never give it back. And they put it in the bank and collect interest on it. And so, since they already got the money, time to build a pool, right? So, but yeah, it's funny. Our other place where we have the land that we're going to be building does not have a homeowner association. So I'm super excited about that. So, because that's this whole homeowner association thing is just ridiculous. So, I mean, it's ridiculous in America. It's not surprising it's ridiculous here. So why did this not start mining? But yeah, so my wife was excited. So that's why they were going to Lipa. Well, then I said, well, if you're going to drive the 2 hours to Lipa, you may as well go to S&R, which is the Filipino version of Costco, and pick up some stuff. You may as well, the closest Subway, which is the best deli sandwich I can get here, which is pretty sad. Because Subway's like really low-end American, right? But that's the best deli sandwich I could get here is Subway, right? So, so I told her, stop at Subway, pick me up a couple sandwiches. I said, stop at, go to the S&R, get some shopping done. I mean, that's a problem. Anytime we go to Lipa, we pretty much got to make a day of it because it's a 2-hour drive each way. And just remember, when you get your own plot of land, make sure your Soviet hub is set up and you grind those ADMs. There you go. Yeah. Oh, my goodness gracious. Yeah, so for those of you that just joined, I tweaked my back this morning, and it is really, really bothering me. I don't know what the heck I did. I gave too much information earlier. I probably won't do that again, but I was getting out of the shower, and I guess it's not that bad. I bent down to kiss my wife, who was sitting on the toilet, and when I bent down to kiss her, my back seized up, and which is funny because that's what I told her. I said, "See, kissing you's actually causing me problems." So, but yeah, and so yeah, it actually feels better sitting down. Walking around is really the bigger problem, but. So yeah, so we've got an awesome fleet, 13 people. So yeah, and I don't think we need to worry about any NPCs. We'll see the rats when they come in. That's not a problem. Kitty Ninja, welcome. We'll see the rats when they come in, but Gloomswarm might come and try and evict you. Yeah, there you go. with this many, they won't know who to target anyway. So one night I'm going to manage to come join you mining. You're always welcome, Manta. You're always welcome. Thanks again for the sub. And a lot of drones. Yep. Yeah, and actually mine were just sitting there. I told them to mine, and for some reason they didn't. And so, but yeah, I think everybody's got them out because they can kind of be AFK then. They don't have to worry about getting blown up, so. But yeah. Which is usually not a problem. The rats here are not very strong, so it's an 06 system, so it's not like they're diamond rats or anything. Though we do get diamond rats on occasion. So yeah, it's not unheard of, but yeah, we worry more. Abigail, if I have to bend down to pick you up, that's gonna hurt. All right, you coming? Come on, come here, come here, come here. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Well, there's Abigail. Say hi. Can you say hi? Yeah, can you say hi? Can you say hi? Hi everybody. I like to take the diamond rat's cargo. There you go. Yeah, see, I've never been able to kill one of the diamond rats, so. And once you attack them, they never stop attacking you, so. Yeah. They haul a lot of ore, yep. Yes. This is Abigail, World Traveler Puppy. World Traveler Puppy. She's being needy because mommy's shopping. So, yeah, mommy will probably be going most of the day shopping, huh? Mwah. I was able to pick her up though, so obviously my back is feeling a little bit better. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to pick her up. What do you think? What do you think? Hmm? What do you think? What do you think? Oh, I'm trying my best to beat my record. Spent hours at the weekend, and so far 14 minutes is as fast as I can strip a belt with an orca and 9 hulks. There you go. 14 minutes. That's pretty awesome. Wow. That's pretty awesome. You got stuff in your hair. Yeah, I don't know what you got in your hair. I think you need a bath. I think you need a bath. Yeah, I think you need a bath. I think you need a bath. Whew. Yeah, this is World Traveler Puppy. So she came with us all the way from Kansas City. 22-hour flight. 18 hours to 18 hours to Incheon, Korea. So from Dallas, Fort Worth to Incheon, Korea was 18 hours. And then from Incheon, Korea to Manila was another 4 hours. So, and she was a trooper. She was a trooper. Unfortunately, she didn't go bathroom for the longest while. Adding you blue on this character. Perfect. Thanks, Bromelade, if you're on the thing. Oh. Oh, I'm gonna put you down, baby. Oh, my lord. That's a crazy long time to be in a plane. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. And it's even longer if we would have went from Kansas City. So we drove to Dallas, Texas in order to try and make it shorter for her. Plus, there's an issue with taking the dogs on a plane. Hold on. Yeah, so there's an issue with taking the dogs on a plane where if you change airlines, they have to go through all your paperwork again. So we actually we drove to Dallas because then we could get on Korean Airline and take Korean Airline the whole way. So they only evaluated her paperwork once. Because every time they evaluate her paperwork, there's a possibility they're going to decide something's not right. As it was, everything was in order, and we paid a ton of money to make sure of that. But yeah, it was one of those, and that was one of the things they said is you want to make sure you use the same airline from beginning to end. And there was nothing from Kansas City that would take us all the way to Manila. So in fact, Korean Airlines was the only one that flew to Manila that would allow the dog in the cabin with us. Philippine Airlines, all the others would not allow the dog in the cabin. The dog had to be cargo. And after we lost Benedict a month before we left, my wife was not willing to have her not be with us. So yeah, and they did a fantastic job. I do have to give them a lot of credit. So it was a nightmare getting set up. It was a nightmare getting the tickets. It was a nightmare going through all the paperwork. But it worked. So I can't complain. We used a service called Across the Pond. It's based out of Seattle to help us get the paperwork done, and they were fantastic. As one thing I've said before on the stream, you will never have me endorse anything on stream that I have not used myself. And so, yeah, so they were fantastic. So if you're ever traveling internationally with a dog or any kind of animal, I would definitely recommend them. So, it was definitely the right move. Primarily, the main reason we moved here is because of finances. So yeah, we've been here a few months. I think we just celebrated 2 months on June 11th. And finances was the main reason. There was no way for me to retire at 57, which is when I retired. I retired in April at 57. There was no way for me to retire in America at 57 and be able to continue, to continue living there with medical alone. Would have been a nightmare. But yeah, there's a few things I miss. Like I mentioned earlier, I can't get a good deli sandwich here. And for some reason, I have been really craving deli sandwiches, We didn't eat at Subway or Good Sense or any of the others that often, but it's the one thing I can't get here. So, yeah, but yeah, the doggy paperwork is always a pain. Yeah, yeah, and so that's what we did it really made more sense. So, but yeah, like I said, the company's called Across the Pond, and they did the paperwork flawlessly. It was a hassle, and they charged us the least amount of all the things. We, they even set up my vet. So I had a USDA certified vet. So we've been planning this for several years. And so I had a USDA certified vet because I knew that was required. Philippines requires you to have a USDA certified vet for 2 years prior to you coming into the country. Funny, because there's no way really for them to check that. And so, yeah, so it's weird. But I had a USDA certified vet. And when we tried to do the paperwork with them, they were horrible. They were just horrible. And yeah, I was very frustrated. And so yeah, with that said, they when I found Across the Pond, which I found from another vlogger, and actually here's the name, Across the Pond. I think I can find their website. Let me find their website. That'll be better. But yeah, they actually set me up with a vet that they had worked with in Kansas City, who was not only better than my vet, much better, but cheaper than my vet, which I was shocked. Because I had been with this vet for 2 years because I was told that I had to be with them for 2 years, and they screwed everything up. I mean, they gave Abigail and Benedict a 3-year vaccine, which the Philippines does not allow. Yeah, so it was one of those, it was just crazy. So why are you not coming? There it is. Yeah, they're in Washington State. There it is. All right. So yeah, so this is a great one. So, and I definitely recommend them. They, so originally we were going to send the 2 dogs via cargo, and that was going to cost us $8,000 to send the 2 dogs via cargo, which was ridiculous in my opinion. Most of it was tariffs and things of that nature on entering. I think $3,000 of it was tariffs entering the country. So by bringing Abigail in the cabin with us, we avoided the tariffs. We did all that. But across the pond, I want to say they charged us $500 to do all the paperwork, which was included in the $8,000. I had another company that I had already given a down payment to for the $8,000, and then Benedict died. And so we had to reevaluate with them. I told them I'd have them do the paperwork, and that would cover my deposit. They then said, no, we don't do that. I said, I have a contract that says you do. And they said, well, technically you didn't sign that contract, so it's not legal. And it was a whole big nightmare. And of course, they never refunded my deposit. And yeah, that was a whole nother one. So yeah, so they were just a great company to work with. So let me catch up on two of these. So do I miss being in the U.S.? So no, I don't miss it. Like I said, I miss a few things. Makes perfect sense. 7-hour drive. Yep. So I wonder if we're community could ship you some deli to you. Yeah. So that's one of the things I asked the wife to look at SNR. So SNR, S and R is, I used to think it was SNR, 3 letters. But that's the equivalent of American's Costco. It's the Philippine equivalent to Costco. And so yeah, they've got a lot of Chinese products and things of that nature, but it's the only place like they get ground coffee, which is kind of idiotic. I don't know why, but they don't do ground coffee here. They do all instant coffee, which is really strange. So yeah, I'm a ground coffee guy. I got to have my coffee brewed and things of that nature, but a lot of American products as well. So yeah, so she's headed there today to pick up some of that kind of stuff, like pretzels. For some reason, in the Philippines, they don't do pretzels. You know, any kind of like rolled gold or any of those kind of pretzels, they don't do pretzels. And I have no idea why, because it's so hot, you sweat a lot, and the pretzels have salt on them, which helps replenish the salt in your body, which is kind of a nice one, you know. They don't do a whole lot of chips either. And so, so it's the only place we've been able to find pretzels. And they're not, I think they're a Chinese brand of pretzels, but they're good enough. And so, but yeah, so maybe instead of a lawyer, it's deli cook you're calling. Yeah, so there is actually a deli in Manila that I found. So it was funny. I did a search on Google, that's another thing here in the Philippines. It's here in the Philippines, they don't do things on the web. And so it's really weird. So they do a lot of, everything's on the mobile, on the phone, but they don't do anything on the web. So I don't know why that's not showing up. But yeah, they don't do anything on the web. So like, for instance, my wife finally got a bank account. And I wanted to sign up for online banking. And I do everything on the computer because I don't trust the phone. Somebody steals my phone. It's attached to my bank. Now they've got my bank information. You know, I don't want that. So here in the Philippines, they do not have a website for the bank that she selected. They just have a mobile app. And you have to put it on your phone if you want to check your balance. And I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? And so, but yeah, there's not a whole lot of website stuff here. So when I was searching online, I searched online for San Juan, delis near San Juan, Batangas. Well, it turns out in Manila, there's a city called San Juan City. So it gave me this deli that's there, and I looked at their menu, and it was like, this is exactly what I'm looking for. And so I reached out to them on Facebook, which is kind of the equivalent of a website here. They do everything on Facebook. And asked them if they delivered to San Juan, Camela Homes in San Juan, Batangas. And they were like, yeah, we're not in Batangas, we're in Manila. And I was like, oh. I said, my Google search, I did San Juan, Batangas. It just picked the San Juan, it dropped the Batangas. But yeah, so that's what I told her. Well, next time we're there, we'll have to check it out and see if we can find that deli, because it looks like a really good place. But and the giant crystal salt, yeah, so good soft pretzels. So they do in the malls, they have like Annie Ann's, which makes soft pretzels, which are kind of nice. but they do not have any kind of, you know, like the rolled gold, the thin pretzels. And it's weird. I'm just like, of all the things to not have, you know? But yeah, that's been an interesting one. And so, brewed coffee. So yeah, ground coffee. Can't get ground coffee anywhere, which is just frustrating. And then, yeah, I mean, it's been funny. Sorry, my drones are out here lounging around as well. My asteroid disappeared. I'll get mine back to work. But yeah, so let me add you. Boop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doo. Alright, so I want to add him as well. No, there we go. Add contact. Alright. Alright. So yeah, so but yeah, so all right. So I just put the stream in the late night with Silver Wolf chat. So sorry, any of you that aren't in there can join here. But yeah, so they do have the soft pretzels. I like the cinnamon soft pretzels myself. So, but no worries, Kitty. Blue Gray, good to see you, buddy. You're welcome to join us for mining as well. I know it's a little late for you. 11:30 there, right? 11:30 p.m. My kid decided to learn to make soft pretzels, so that's pretty good. Yep, that's pretty good. But yeah, I have to have the brewed coffee. We bought a coffee maker, a brew coffee maker, which wasn't hard to find, which made me wonder why they don't have brew. I think what it is most of the people, they buy the beans. They buy the beans and then they brew, they grind them themselves. And so that's how they work it out. But yeah, it was like, I've been in a time warp a bit. Yes, yeah. No worries. Yeah, you're welcome to join us if you want. Oh, yeah, I just got a car. See, and I'm not a grinder guy. I prefer to buy them that way, so. But yeah, the coffee maker really wasn't expensive, but then everywhere I look, there's none of the grocery stores, no place sells ground coffee. And they don't even sell the beans. So now at the S&R, you can get the beans or you can get the ground coffee. And my thought is, well, let's just buy the ground coffee. Forget the beans. You know, why go to the extra strap? I guess it's nice if it's fresh ground, but it doesn't matter to me, you know. And so, but yeah, everything is cheap here. So everything is cheap here. But it's a matter of whether you can find it or not. And so for our cases, like if we want Scotch tape, you got to drive 2 hours for Scotch tape because there's no place here to sell Scotch tape. They sell meat, they sell vegetables, they sell, milk and sugar and things of that nature. But if you want something more generic, duct tape, Scotch tape, paper clips, all that's 2 hours. And so that's why we try to plan ahead anytime we're going to Lipa for anything to make sure we kind of pick up whatever. So I have an old-fashioned grinder for flour. Yeah, so that's another good one, but you can spray them and add whatever the flavoring to. And so that's kind of nice, because that would be nice to add some special flavoring to be able to, kind of add some cinnamon or something or things of that nature. But I probably wouldn't be able to find those sprays here either. And so. But I had some instant mushroom coffee that I had years ago in America. Actually, probably about a year ago. I actually endorsed it on the stream because I was using it. And that's another one that I haven't been able to find. But that's an Amazon thing. I need to check and see if Amazon will ship. Amazon will ship here. Takes about a week to 2 weeks. But they only ship certain items. So you got to check the item, see if it'll be shipped here. And if not, then too bad. And unfortunately, a lot of the items are like that. Too bad. So, let's unlock that one. But yeah, for any of the others that we're like, okay, well, we want to get some things, and that you can get them at least from Amazon. So no spray with water, and add for X is more cinnamon sugar. There you go. Yep. I don't know. Living without next day shipping is probably a deal breaker, no matter how cheap it is to live there. Yeah, I wondered about that. But being honest, I have been paying for next day shipping for probably the last 15 years. And I probably only got maybe 10 shipments that actually came next day. I mean, they always have some excuse for why it doesn't. Now, it comes in like 3 days, or just over 2 days. And I've had a couple that have come in less than a day, depending on what you order. But yeah, and so that's where it was like, okay, not a big deal. But when we originally came here, we were under the impression that we couldn't do Amazon at all. So the fact that I can do Amazon is kind of a good one. They have their own version of Amazon, which is called Shopee, and that's a little different. But even then, that usually takes anywhere between 3 days and a week. But little things like now we have a big fly problem here. We have a big insect problem here. The Philippines is a jungle, big insect problem. Got a lot of ants, got a lot of flies. Every time we open the door, a ton of flies come in the house, And so I've been looking for a fly swatter for 2 months and cannot find a fly swatter. And I'm like, surely. But, when you're poor, you're not going to pay for a fly swatter. You're just going to use whatever's available. The problem is the fly swatter is designed to get the flies in the best way possible. That's why it was made. And so it doesn't disrupt the air, so the fly doesn't get pushed away. When you use a piece of paper, it pushes it away, and there's a whole bunch of that kind of stuff. So it's kind of ironic, because it's like, yeah, really amazing that they haven't really decided on that with the huge fly problem. So, and I mean, some of the flies here are like bee-sized, they're like huge. So yeah, we've talked about that. Living my simple is good for people like they did in American 50s. Yep. Yeah, and fly swatters aren't expensive. The problem is I can't find them here. So that's where I haven't looked on Shopee. That's kind of where we're headed. Jadzia, good to see you. Jeff, good to see you. But do you have baking soda? Line the doors with it. Ants hate it. I didn't think about that, but they do have baking soda, and that's an idea. The problem is then it gets on everything, and so. But yeah, we've got some insect spray is what we've been using, and that helps with the ants. But yeah, the ants are brutal. They're not big ants. They're little tiny ants, just little tiny, but they're everywhere. And it's like no matter what you do, you can't get rid of them. So, Dumpling Daddy, good to see you. All right, let me get you added. Thanks for that. I always try to add everybody. Oop, wrong one. I always try to add everybody. So that way I know who they are. That way I got you on the list. Because then when I look in this late night channel and I see people that I don't have marked, I'm like, what are they doing? Always gets me suspicious. So thanks for letting me know that. So borax is another one. Yep. Yeah, and that's another one I thought about as well, and you can actually use that either. So zap lights aren't expensive close to China either. Yeah, and we've thought about that. You can even get them with a solar panel so that they're charged by the solar panel, and then that takes care of it. But yeah. And the baking soda is dog safe, which is really good. Really good. Yeah, because that's a key. The sprays, my wife was spraying the spray around yesterday. I'm like, hey, don't spray that spray around. We only use that when there's an ant outbreak. and then we spray it on the outbreak to kill them off. Kills them instantly. But I said, yeah, don't just spray it around randomly because Abigail might get some of it, and we don't want to make her sick. And so, sure enough, last night she threw up all over the place. Probably not related, but I just thought about it. But yeah, I definitely don't want that. But yeah, the baking soda, I'll look into that because that might work. Because we get a lot of them right by our sink. There's a window, a big portrait window above the sink, the kitchen sink. And so I could always line that with the borax or the baking soda, and that would probably take care of 90% of it. So yeah. So the baking soda, like you said, the baking soda wouldn't hurt her. Good God, where the minerals keep going? Well, this belt's almost dead. You guys are killing it. You're getting rid of them faster than I can target them. All right. But yeah. Spray surface with water first and shake the baking soda on it. Yeah. The problem is I hate leaving that stuff out, you know, because then it's always in the way. But yes, I understand what you're saying. The windows is where I think they're coming in. They don't seem to come in the doors, which is really strange. Our front door's got a huge gap, you know, which is ridiculous. You can tell it wasn't set level, which is very, you know, very usual here. The floor here in my office, the corners of the floor are higher than the rest of the floor, so like the shelving units don't sit right, and yeah, it's pretty bad. Peppermint Castile soap. I'll have to check that one out. That also sounds pretty good. I love peppermint, so. But yeah, it's been one of those. But like I said, the flies, I've just been looking for a fly swatter, and it's like, come on, surely there's got to be a fly swatter, and nobody's got a fly swatter. My wife's like, well, what's the big deal? You know, just use the rag, you know? And I'm like, that's a green rag, so that's why you can't see it, sorry. But yeah, that's my sweat rag. But I'm like, when you do that with the rag, it pushes the air, which pushes the fly away. And so, but there are herbs that naturally repel critters. Lemongrass, so we're planning on actually planting some lemongrass here in the next couple weeks. Because that was one that was told that they would naturally repel. Yep. Mint is one that will actually get rid of mice. Because in Kansas City, we had a mice problem, and we used the mint. We would spray mint around. And actually, that might be another one I could do here, because I think the mint works with the ants, too. Good God almighty. I mean, these things are... You guys are killing these rocks before I can even mine them. Or I can even target them. Alright, so somebody needs to scout the next one. I went higher and then came down. So I would suggest we go down to 7.3. Because 7.6 was crap. But yeah, if we go down to 7.3, that might be a better one. If somebody wants to scout it out. You can target other rocks. And here's a thought. Maybe something to look at. Yeah, and we're planning to plant some lemongrass here next week. So vinegar also worked for me. Spray it where you think they're coming in and it slowed them down. I'll try that too, Dumpling Daddy. But yeah, here's a thought. You can target other rocks. Yeah, I targeted all the rocks. Side seat miner, exactly. I've targeted all the rocks. My problem is my mine are going, so 7.3, cool. Yeah, so if one of you wants to check out 7.3, that'll work. Yeah, I targeted all the rocks. And literally, my miners run too long. So because my miners run too long, you guys are getting rid of the rock before my miner even cycles. So and there they go. Once again, as soon as I targeted it, it's gone. Just really pissing me off. Oh, crying out loud. Would you stop it? Yeah, well, the reason my cap is running out is because I've had to target 15 times. There's only 2 left. Yep, made it to the system. Whereabouts are you? So, we're actually just getting ready to move, Dumpling Daddy. You can either warp to us. Oh, you're probably not invited yet. Hold on, let me get you invited. Yep, you're not invited yet. Hold on. We're actually headed to 7-3, asteroid belt 7-3. So if you want to head there, that's where we're headed. So, but let me get you added as well. Sorry about that. All right, you should have got an invite now. So I try to shoot the ones others don't target, so I don't lose my look. Yeah. Yeah, the problem is that there's so many. We got, what, 13, 14 people in here now? It's hard to find one that's not targeted by somebody, so. All right, I'm going to stay here and watch Kickin's back so he can shut down. I'm back with my coffee. Way to go, Kitty. We're just getting ready to move to another belt as we just finished this one off. We just finished this one off. I'm going to stay with Kickin. So let's go to 7-3.
Warp drive active.
Actually, it looks like he's already gone. Whoop. Leaving without my drones. Leaving without my drones. And maybe, actually, looks like Kickin may have already left.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, so if that's the case, okay, the rest of you can head to 7-3. Looks like Kickin already left. I can only do it visually. There you go. Yeah, that was one belt. We actually really just tore it up in the last 15 minutes, so. So yeah, so it looks like Kickin's already gone. So now I'm gonna warp to, let me warp to Falstead. Or Dumpling Daddy, you can also warp to anybody in that fleet, so. That'll work too. I think Kragan's the only one that's not there yet, so. All right, so yeah, so he's already here. Cool. Always itchy. Always itchy. Always itchy. So, new and not Kickin. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Sorry, drachenhort. Well, no, Kickin is newin. Yeah. So, or are you? Maybe I got it wrong. Oh, I don't want to go to him. No, 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 no. Stop. Crying out loud. I tell you, some days this game drives me crazy, so. Nope, that's you. Okay. Well, sorry about that. Thanks, drachenhort. Well, hell, I've been referring to you as Kickin all night. Sorry about that. So actually, so your connection problem didn't get resolved then by redoing your connection. So, yeah, sorry about that. Kickin's got a whole bunch of alts too, so that's why I thought it was him. But I was curious. He's always in the stream, so I was kind of trying to figure out why he wasn't in the stream. So I should have checked it earlier, but I didn't. All right, let's get mining. Let's get mining. Alright, now we're cooking with gas. And this one's got a lot more, so it suddenly stopped happening. Yeah, so it was probably a CCP thing. Probably a CCP thing. Okay, well, why don't they do that? I should have did that when I returned him to the frickin' drone bay. I'm sorry, Drachenhort, for calling you kicking all night. I should have checked that. I haven't seen kicking in quite a while, so... And I shouldn't say that. I think I see him every once in a while. Did you freeze? I don't think so. You might have to refresh the stream. Sometimes it kind of does. Oh, my old boss. I'll talk to him later. I windowed the clients now. Maybe that's why. Something to find out after breakfast. Yeah, that is kind of weird. Though I don't know why windowing would make a difference, but whatever works, right? Whatever works. Whatever works. Whatever works. Alright, now we're cooking with gas. Oh. But yeah, every once in a while you might have to refresh the stream if you're in there for too long. Because I'm not on Windows. Hey, all Linux now. Guess I screwed something up in the system. Yeah, see, that's one of the reasons I've never done that. Is because I'm sure I would screw something up. So, yeah. Yeah, so 7.5 must be the one I missed, DLH. I went to 7.6 and it had nothing. So maybe we'll go to 7.5 next. The way you guys are tearing these belts up, we should be through this one in no time, so. We should be through this one in no time. Would be the first time, yeah. Yeah, because I'm not a Windows. Yep. Yeah, that's one of the reasons main reasons I haven't. I hate Windows, but I'm not bold enough to try that. So, because I would definitely screw that up. Definitely. All right. What's the furthest one? 45. Ooh. Oh, excuse me. My wife's been keeping me up late watching TV shows now that she's back, which I'm pretty sure she's fallen asleep. Just got here and you're ready to go. No, we're not ready to go. We're here. We still got a good 2 hours. So. Oh, you're saying just got to this belt. Yeah, we got to plan ahead. Because the way you guys are tearing these belts up, I don't think this one will last. So what is it? 11:47 a.m. for me. So let's see how long this belt lasts. We might break a new record. I don't know that we'll do 14 minutes like Blue-Gray. Was it Blue-Gray? Linux totally loving it now. Don't use any Microsoft products anyhow except for Windows. There you go. Well, that's good. All right. Oh, sorry, ads are on. Sorry, ads are on. That's weird. Usually, Omega, did he log off? Maybe he logged off. No, he says he's online, but he's not. Oh, he's not. There you go. There he is. Well, I don't know, Drachenhort. Since you're keeping connected, I may go swap out for my Hulk again. So, apologies, he can't make it tonight. No worries, no worries. I thought I saw him online, and so I was kind of like, hey. But I was looking in the fleet chat, and I was trying to figure out why it wasn't showing up in the one. So, Jinx, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think I'll probably wait a little bit, make sure. Love Linux. I just wish I could stop making my computer explode. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not brave enough to try the Linux. I really am not. I think I probably would love it too, but I do use the whole Microsoft suite though, the Excel especially. I'm a big Excel guy. So I got Excel spreadsheets for Eve all over the place, so I got your alts added, Scimitar. And Lego, I'm adding your alt. That way we got everyone. Had a few spare SSDs, just set BIOS to boot off different drive to test, not look back yet. That's good. That's good. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, you guys are tearing them up. Already having targeting problems. Yeah, I mostly had it running in a VM and it looked pretty well optimized, so I tried committing it for a while. There you go. Yeah, I've thought about it. I'm just not brave enough. Just not brave enough. But yeah, good group tonight. Appreciate you guys all being here. Appreciate you guys all being here. Always good to have a good mining event. There have been days where we've only had 2 people, Jerry Can and I. And there's been days where we've had 25 people. So it's always better to be on the bigger end. So always better to be on the bigger end. Had a few head scratching moments like no sound in Chrome but sound in Firefox. Took a while to fix. Yeah. I can imagine they would have some of those. Help you make some content. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Thanks, Legomaniax. I gotta quit picking my fingers. But yeah, so the wife's there trying to get our refund for our construction deposit, which wasn't really construction. That was completed over 3 or 4 months ago. We were told we'd have it in a month, and of course that never happened. And we had to drive all the way to Lipa to get it, which is also unacceptable. But yeah, it's been interesting to say the least. So, but yeah, while she's there, she's gonna go to SNR, do some shopping, hopefully pick me up some Subway. Unfortunately, the Subways here, everything's out of stock. So I'm a big roast beef fan, and they never have roast beef ever. And so it's 2 hours to the Subway, and they most likely won't have roast beef. But she got me a ham and cheese the other day, which was just delicious. I was like, you know what? Good enough. It'll help me with my my craving of deli meats. So my craving of deli meats. So how does compression work? So the compression, what you do is when you find, let me get my guy. When you're in your cargo, right click, and I already have everything compressed, but here these guys are returning now. I'll show you here in a second. But yeah, right click on the ore that you want to compress. You can select it all and right click and just select compress. And as long as you're part of the fleet and somebody's got it turned on, it'll do it. So it's all made out of turkey. Yeah, it's probably all made out of rat, but I don't really care. You know, it's like, sounds like me and pastrami. Yeah, see, I'm not a big pastrami fan, but the salted meats, yeah, they're probably hard to find here. So to be honest, I've not been playing EVE at all lately. I just randomly decided to log in today and saw you guys online in chat, and then I hopped in Twitch stream to say hi, and there it is. Appreciate it, kitty. Glad to have you. Mine. Yep, right click cargo and then compress. So yeah, so here I've just had some dropped off. So if you right click on it, you have a compress option. You just click compress and it'll compress it. And it still sells the same way. There's 2 different market items. There's compressed and there's non-compressed. You can still refine it the same way. It all refines the same way, but it is 2 different groups. So you need to have 100 compressed in order to refine it, or 100 non-compressed to refine that. It doesn't add the 2 together, and there's no way to uncompress it once it's there. So, but yeah, I agree with Blue Gray. Good to see you, kitty. Glad to have you on. Oh. Man, that lower back. I had a sciatica problem several years ago, and I'm wondering if that's, yeah, mining without compression is like, yeah, is like slumming it. So, but yeah, it'll tell you if it's not on. It'll tell you that no one in your fleet has it, and so, because you get that option even when you're not in a fleet. So. Yeah, it just makes it easier. It makes it so much easier to move. It makes it easier. We can sit out here and mine the whole time without having to dock, which is huge, which is just huge. Used to be you had to go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and that was just ridiculous. So yeah. Yeah, exactly. It gives the orca guy something to do. He's the hero of the day. So he's the hero of the day. I really got to figure out what I did to my back. I told my wife that's what I get for kissing her. Crazy person. Yep. Yeah, I still do it as well, because I do, ooh. So we've got some Serpentis. These aren't diamond ones. We might be able to take out those cargo ones. Come on. God, these guys are so freaking slow. Return. It's not that far away. I guess I need to launch them. All right, good job. Alright, back to work. Jet cam mining out of a battleship. Those were the days. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I remember jet cam mining too. I still do it from time to time when I don't have compression if I'm by myself. And people always look at me weird, like, why are you doing that? Because that's the way we used to do it. That's the way it used to be done. Those were the glory days. Yep. Gonna see how much a mining rock was to bring here. Yep. You could probably buy it in Do-Dixie. Do-Dixie's only 8 jumps. So, just not worth it anymore, sadly. Yeah, it's usually not. Some of us know. The good old days. I remember falling asleep mining. I did that a lot. Did that a lot. Some of us know. I would fall asleep doing everything. Yeah. Mine was mostly mining. Mostly mining. Hauling for day trading, AFK autopilot from Lone Trek to Mars. Yeah, see, I try to never do autopilot because I've lost more ships on autopilot, which I just don't understand. It's really kind of, there's no reason why they couldn't warp you to 0, you know? But they never do. It's that whole gimmick. Yeah, so I got a, yep. No. The Porpoise is the baby orca. So it's a boost ship. You're thinking of the Noctis. The Noctis is the salvage ship. And that's, I guess, one more level down. It's a cousin, I think, to the Porpoise. So, yeah. But yeah, the Porpoise is great for if you don't have an orca. The cheap man's orca. Cheap man's orca, which is what I am. A cheap man. Which is what I am. A cheap man. Like I said, I'm not sure cheap completely covers it. I don't think that's a strong enough word, but it does look very similar to the Noctis, yes. Yep. Yeah, the porpoise is usually preferred in less risky places because it's a lot cheaper, moves a little faster. Orca doesn't move worth a damn. It's not a getaway ship. You're not getting away. But it is a tank, so it'll last for quite a while. But form follows function. There you go. Frugal, perhaps. Yeah, see, I think I need a stronger word than cheap. Cheap is just not strong enough. Man, there's even more rats. Good golly. All right, I'm just going to go with Kragan. We're just going to have him do it. You guys are taking them out anyway, so. Probably because we took out their haulers. Now they're pissed. Penny pinching, yeah. Orca will last you about 30 seconds and no, yeah. It's not a getaway ship. And it's a tank, so I think that it would probably last more than 30 seconds, but it's not going to last much longer. Because it takes quite a bit to get through it. But it's just too damn expensive to be thrown away like that. As soon as that cyno lights, you're dead. Yep. You know the value of $1 and of sharing as well. There you go. Forgot they were same looking one to... Oh, yeah, Noctis. Yeah, the Noctis and the porpoise look almost identical, so... Yep. Alright. Because I always confuse them as well, so... Unless you have people in combat fleet that can have your back. Yeah, there you go. Blobs will take the orca down before you can ping for help. There you go. You can get it up to 600 EHP. Yeah. 600,000. That's what I thought. Is that Iski's pinching. So, penny pinching. Yeah, Iski's pinching. Yep. Yeah. All right. Oh. But yeah. Cost effective. Yeah. I always tell my wife, I'm not a pessimist, I'm a realist. She doesn't buy it. She says I'm a pessimist. Where she's kind of delusional. She thinks everything's just always going to work out perfectly. And I'm like, doesn't automatically work out perfectly. You got to work towards making it work out perfectly. So, LOL. Through Marauders just jumping to help from nearby ESS. There you go. Pragmatist. There you go. I like that one. She'd have to look that one up, though. But yeah, that explains it very good, so. So I didn't realize orcas weren't allowed in Wormhole anymore, so. But that's good to know. Didn't even tell me that the asteroid was gone. Why? Just disappeared. Just disappeared. Alright. Yeah, Orca's too slow, yeah. Yeah, see, I can't even imagine taking my porpoise in a wormhole, though. That's just, I think it's too slow in a wormhole. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, because if you try to go through the wormhole, it's considered a massive ship. It would probably, yeah, it would probably cause the wormhole to collapse, which would strand you in there, which would be really funny. Yeah, that would be really funny. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. It was weird. I didn't see anybody else streaming Eve today. So Ghosty and Blitz are on. Chaos is doing Dune Awakening with Nth Dimensional. Autonomous is on. So yeah, so there's a few. There's a few. There's a ground, Monty. There's a ground. It takes 2 or 5 passes with heavy mass to close wormhole. Really? I didn't realize that. With new type of ganking, oh, it'd be stuck in wormhole ganking. There you go. Alright. Hello? Items are busy. Eve's acting up. Good God almighty, that took forever. Yeah, Eve's definitely acting up. I may not be having connection problems, but man. It is definitely... It took like, what, almost a minute to do that compression. I want to keep mine where I make it, yep. Yeah. That's the problem, trying to move the Orca. Real pain in the butt. It is kind of nice. It is kind of nice that it carries a lot of ships. So I did use mine in high sec when I moved all my ships to another place. And that was kind of nice. Because I was able to move everything in like 2 loads. And I had a ton of ships. But yeah, it was funny because it was like I was nervous as hell flying it even in high sec. So yeah, the targeting's even taking forever. That's crazy. Something not going right. Yeah, I can't afford one in each region. I'm thinking about building one and selling it just because I can build it for a lot less than it cost. I wonder if you can speed fit the Orca to align faster and use it as a transport. See, that would be nice. I can't imagine it being really speed fit though. I mean, if you could get it down that far. Yeah, it's considered a capital. Yeah. It's considered a capital, but it is allowed in high sec. So mine is in high sec. That's the only place I've ever had it. So But yes, it is considered a capital. They do allow some capitals in high sec, what they call special capitals. So, and the Orca is one of those. So, a lot of freighters. So I'm building Armageddon. Armageddon? No, that's a battleship. All right, let me see. Well, maybe it's. My goodness, it's taking forever to load. No. No, it's not an Armageddon. What the hell is it called? Oh, for crying out loud. Why is capital not one of the... Avalanche. Yeah. Avalanche. Sorry. I don't know why. Thank you, Legomaniax. I should have just read the chat. Keep safe for mining and farming. Yep. There are very large holes. We regularly have a static C3 and a C2 connection, high sec revelation. Fastest it can align is with low skill in 20 seconds. 20 seconds? Wow. Probably best is 8 seconds. Wow. FBI, open up! Blitz, thanks for the raid, buddy. If you guys aren't following Blitz, give him a follow. Good to see you, buddy. It's been a while. Good to see you. If you guys aren't following him, give him a follow. Always a good time. Welcome, Raiders. Appreciate you guys. If you guys want to mine with us, you're welcome to join us. jcronus, good to see ya. Always a good idea. Always good to see you. You know the deal. Raid and run. Yep. Give those kids a big hi for me, buddy. Or a big hug for me. A hi or a hug. Either way. Yeah, so bad connection. Yeah, it's been... Everybody's been having a lot of trouble tonight. I don't know why, so... But yeah, you guys, you take care. Thanks again, Blitz. Appreciate the raid. You guys aren't following him. Definitely give him a follow. But yeah, rest up. Get those kids to bed. They need their sleep. Growing kids. Don't be giving those kids a high. Yeah. Give them a high five. Give them a high five. My goodness, we've almost got this belt killed. What was it, 47? So it's been a half an hour. But yeah, we've only got, what, six asteroids left? 7 asteroids left? So about a half an hour. That's not too bad. Oh, we got more rats again. Jesus. They're really coming out. They are really coming out. They're too young for the skunk. Yeah, definitely too young for the skunk. And he's got a ton of kids. I don't know. He's got like 20 kids, I think. I don't know. Yeah, I think somewhere around 10, somebody said. But yeah, he's got a ton of kids. So yeah, good for him. I stopped at 2. That was all I could afford. So, oh. StreetCornerBecky, what's up? Good to see ya. Sorry, I tweaked my back this morning, so I'm having a little back problem. So, I heard 86, yeah. Heard 86, yeah. I stopped at 3. Yeah, I stopped at 2. My son was born. We talked about this on stream before, but my son was born, And I went out and holy cow, you guys are killing it. I went and got a vasectomy like the first week after he was born. They were super pissed with me because they were like, yeah, we really would prefer you to wait 6 months. Why are you not turning on? There it goes. All right. So I think we're going to 7.5 next. Man, you guys are killing these. Fawn went from a sore butt to a tweaked back. Yeah. Well, the butt still hurts, unfortunately. So yeah, I don't think I lost that. So GarouDemi, good to see you. But yeah, so yeah, and that was funny because they were kept trying to talk me out of it. Now we'd really prefer you wait 6 months, you know. And I'm like, nope, you guys don't understand. I can afford 2 kids. I have 2 kids. My wife doesn't like me, so if she offers to have sex with me, I'm gonna take it because I only get sex maybe once a year, and I can't take that chance. We've had sex twice in 13 years. Actually, I think it was 10 years then. And actually, no, it would have been 5 years. Because my kids have 5 years apart. So I said, yeah, we probably had sex twice in 5 years. And I got 2 kids. So it is an X. It is an X. It is an X. The one I refer to affectionately as Satan. So, yeah. All right, does anybody want to scout out 7.5? I think that's where we said we were going to next because it had some massive scordite. Yeah, this one's gone. So a half hour, a little over half an hour, which is probably a new record. Probably a new record. But yeah, she's a work of art. She's still around, unfortunately. Still terrorizing my son. That's a whole nother story. We'll get into that a different day. All right, Drachenhort, I'm going to cover your retreat. So since I know you got to shut down, we leave behind all the rat loot. Actually, no, I probably will pick it up. So yeah, don't worry about that. I'll get it. Because I gotta cover Drachenhort's retreat. It'll take a couple minutes for him to shut everything down. And that'll give me a chance to pick it up. You guys are welcome to pick up any you want. I just don't like leaving it. Somebody's got one that's still restricted to them. So somebody jettisoned something. I think that was probably, yeah, it looks like, I don't know who it was. Kitty Ninja. Yeah, it looks like Kitty Ninja might have ejected something. So yeah, Kitty, if you mark that one, we leave behind all the rat loot, yeah. Kitty, if you want to mark that one as abandoned, I'll go ahead and pick it up too. Because it looks like it's locked to you. I don't want to give you attack rights on me. If I can help it. Alright, looks like Drachenhort is gone. Let me go ahead and fly Falstaff over there. 7.5. Where you can get it. I did abandon all loot though. Is it still locked to me? Yeah, it looks like... nope, it shows it's not locked anymore. Thank you. It was locked to you until... oh no, for some reason it still shows it's locked to you on my screen. I don't know why. It didn't on Falstaff's screen though. That's weird. Yeah, I'll pick it up. Actually, it's... yeah, I'll pick it up. Don't worry about it. If it tells you you got rights to kill me, just go ahead and do it. Do it quick. Quick and painless. Alright, what do we got? 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 These take forever. Anyhow, if your safety is green, it won't let you anyhow. Yeah, there might be more in there, so. I thought it was one that that you had actually ejected, because that's why it was showing up different for me, but it's weird. It didn't show as yellow for Falstaff, so kind of weird. It probably is a connection thing, so. It's really been acting up, so. But yeah, I'll pick it all up. Someone left behind 2 small drones. Did they? Yep. I'll grab them. Says GMTV. Corporation GMTV. Who's that? Jeff. So that's Daddy. Dumpling Daddy. I'll scoop him up. No, if they're a criminal, it won't keep you from hitting them. It's all right. I got him, Dumpling. I'll bring him to you. Yeah. Yeah. Come on, loot. Man, this thing is taking forever. Good God almighty. That is ridiculous. Here, let me, Alright, yeah, I'll bring him over for you, Dumpling Daddy. Back in the day, I spec bait with cheap ship and come back with something bigger because of limited engagement timer. There you go. I don't partake in those activities anymore, so. Alright, now it's going a little bit faster. Yeah, I don't partake in those activities anymore. Yeah. Yeah, I picked him up for you, Dumpling Daddy. So yeah, it doesn't sound like he's hearing me on the stream. So I'll bring him over to you. You could mess with my mission runner by blowing their MTU or something cheap, having them kill you when you come back with something dangerous. There you go. Allegedly. Yep. Yeah, Dumpling Daddy, I got your drones. I'll bring them over for you. Stream keeps disco on my end. Might be because I was having the same issue with Blitz. Yeah, you're probably having a connection problem. Sorry, I just bumped the table. But Drachenhort was having the same problem. And I'm having huge delays. Huge delays. Yeah, so it's showing me that this one's still not okay. So it wasn't abandoned. I set it to partial safety and I confirmed it. Good God. Why is it taking so long? Come on. Yeah, this is ridiculous. Everything I click taking 1 minute to 2 minutes. Ridiculous. If everyone's internet is wonky, solar flares in. Yeah. No worries, Dumpling Daddy. I am actually doing okay. So, and I usually have problems, but I am on the other side of the world now, so. Were you actually going towards it? There you go. Yeah, seems to be taking forever to fly me where it's supposed to be flying me, so. I got 2 more boxes to pick up and then I'll be there. What planet are you connected from? I think she's in America, I believe. East Coast. Correct me, I might be wrong. I'm jealous. I don't think there's a Jollibee in my entire state. Yeah, I've got a Jollibee right down the street. I can't get Scotch tape, but I can get Jollibee. And I can have Jollibee delivered to my house. Jollibee and McDonald's and KFC are all right here, right near my house. I don't have that's Michigan, okay. I don't have any kind of a department store or, you know, Walmart equivalent, but I can get fast food and all the meat and vegetables that I want. If I need anything other than that, I got to drive 2 hours, so. Jollibee is kind of the Filipino equivalent of McDonald's, so it's their default fast food. So they do mostly chicken and burger, steak, and everything's with rice. So it's definitely a Filipino thing. So I want some Philippine sweet spaghetti. Yep, that's good. That's good. So, never had it's any good. Gross bond. Except beef. I got roast beef in my freezer. There you go. There you go. Yeah. And deer. Yeah, I had deer in my freezer. It's funny. My wife, she's here in the Philippines. They eat anything that moves. And deer is one thing she would not eat, which was just ridiculous to me because I'm like, but she would not eat it. No matter how many times I tried to get her to eat it, she wouldn't eat it. And I was dumbfounded. I'm like, really? Pretty sure I've had rat here in the Philippines. And you won't eat deer? She's like, nope, not touching it. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm talking availability, not quality. Yeah, availability. It's not available here in my town. Where in America, it's one thing we've discussed in the past. In America, normally the convenience stores will go in first, and then the fast food will follow that. Or you'll get a Walmart, and then the fast food will follow it. But here in the Philippines, the fast food comes first. And so that's what we have here. Is here in San Juan, Batangas, we have fast food. We have no convenience. We've got a wet market where you can buy meat and vegetables and then pretty much everything else. So, but yeah, it's crazy because it works so much differently than in America. In America, yeah, like I said, normally the Walmart would go in first And then you would have the, you know, the other stores, kind of the fast food especially, show up after that. But yeah, here doesn't work that way. So yeah, I was talking availability, not quality. The quality here of everything is very good, very fresh. We were talking on a stream a couple weeks ago. So they slaughtered a cow, one of the Filipino cows, called a carabao, and they slaughtered one here in our neighborhood, in our general area. It wasn't in our neighborhood. We live in a development, so they're not allowed to slaughter animals here in the development. But outside the development, they slaughtered a cow, and we bought a good chunk of it, good chunk of the meat, and had it cooked up that night for dinner. So from the field to my table, same day. So yeah, it doesn't get much better than that. Definitely, I lived in Kansas City, and I never had that. And Kansas City is one of the largest beef producers in the nation. So it's called carabao. Yeah, it's their version of a cow. It has a hump on its back, and so yeah, it's strange. Their cows have horns, where in America the way you can tell a cow and a bull apart is the bull has horns, the cow doesn't have horns. Here, their cows have horns, so which is just, you know, different, you know. But yeah, you can't go much fresher than that. Yeah, unless you own a farm. Yeah, we do that at my uncle's farm. Yep. I dated a girl in college whose dad owned a farm, and I had fresh bacon all the time, and man, that was awesome. She wasn't a very good girlfriend. Actually, I shouldn't say that. She was a good woman. Wasn't a very attractive girlfriend, and which back in my college days, that was all that mattered. And but yeah, she had that. So, AKA Magic, thanks for the follow. But yeah, I had fresh bacon every week from her dad, and that was pretty awesome. But I remember when I was going to break up with her, one of my buddies, I would go to his house because I couldn't make the bacon in my dorm. So I would take the bacon to his house, and so he just loved the fresh bacon. And when I was going to break up with her, he's like, "You're going to break up with her? What am I going to do for bacon?" You know, and I'm like, "I'm glad it's all about you, buddy." I just knew she wasn't the one, so I didn't want to waste her time. But it was funny. Her dad actually took me out and showed me them killing a pig. So I guess in America, I don't know if they do it that way here, but they stabbed the pig in the neck and let it run around until it bleeds to death. And yeah, he showed me that. He said, "That's what I'm going to do to you if you hurt my daughter." I'm like, message received. So yeah, after that, I was kind of like, yeah, I don't want to waste her time. Let's move on.
Asteroid is depleted.
But yeah.
The asteroid is depleted.
Asteroid is depleted. Yeah, I know. You finally noticed that, huh? Yeah. But yeah. She's still single. I can use pre-bacon. Yeah, I don't know if she is. That was quite a few years ago, Scimitar. So yeah, over 30 years ago. So yeah, I don't know that she's still single. I hope not. Like I said, she was a really good woman, just not attractive. Not an attractive woman. But yeah, but fresh bacon. Oh. Upstate Pennsylvania. So. My oldest daughter turned 17 today. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah. Excellent. Congratulations. Happy birthday to her. Happy birthday. My youngest will turn 27 in August. She might still be single with a dad like that. Yeah, that could be. Attractive is a personal preference. Yep. Oh, I'm sure she was. Yeah, she was a really good woman. Great charisma. That's how we got together. Everybody, she's got a great personality. Where in my college days, I wasn't too worried about personality. So, I was pretty shallow. So, Yeah. Yeah, I hope her dad's still alive. I don't know. Both of my parents are gone, and we would be roughly about the same age, so. But yeah. I haven't thought about her in years. But yeah, the bacon. Oh my god, fresh bacon. Oh. Right out of the curing shed. Oh man. Couldn't beat that. That's another weird one here we've talked about on stream several times. Is here in the Philippines, the major meat is pig, but they don't do bacon because it's since it's a jungle environment, it's hard to cure it. And so yeah, so my ex-dad took me shooting to show how good a shot he was before I took her to the prom. Yep. Yeah. What was it? Crap. What was his name? One of the white collar tour comedians, Bill Engvall. He said, yeah, he says, I tell all the guys that come home with my daughter, I said, you know, I tell them, you know what? When you're thinking about kissing her or hugging her or anything else, just remember these simple words. I got no problem going back to prison. And so, yeah, here's your sign. Yep. Yeah, it's weird. I guess because of the humidity, they can never get it dry enough. So yeah, so my wife had never had bacon until she came to America. And then she couldn't get enough of it. She was crazy for bacon. She was cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. And so yeah, so she was. So that's how I always, when I was always in the doghouse, I would bring her home bacon, and I would get me out of the doghouse almost instantaneously. Or with her and the dogs, because the dogs love bacon too, which is probably why Benedict was over 20 pounds. But I brought it home for her. It wasn't supposed to go to the dogs, but you know how that works. But yeah. Well, it's weird because of the humidity here. It's very, very humid. And you got to get it dry enough for this. It's not really a smoking, it's a drying process. And so they really can't get anything dry here. Nothing's ever dry here. It's always, they've got two seasons. They've got hot and they've got hot and wet. And because of the hot, the humidity is always in the 90th percentile. So, yeah, the dog gets 10%, exactly. So, but yeah. And so, yeah, so that's where it was, I guess, that's how she explained it to me. It really didn't, it never really made much sense because I thought you could always set something up to be able to do it. And Jackson, one of my regulars, he's talked about it several times that, hey, we need to set up a bacon curing company in the Philippines. But like I said, with the air conditioner, it's stripping the humidity out of these rooms. And so you could do it something like that. And so, you know, but honestly, that would probably make it more expensive than they couldn't sell it for that. So I swear the NPCs in ESO are weird. I axed a deer and my NPC companion blurts out, it really went splat, didn't it? Yeah. But yeah. So that's always been a strange one. So, Mal3K, thanks for the follow. But yeah, my youngest, we were talking about kids. My youngest will be 27 in August. Still doesn't have a driver's license. He does have a job. But he works at where his mother works, my ex. And she drives him to work every day. And so, yeah, so we had it, back in Kansas City, we had it delivered. I had it delivered from a place called Corner Cafe, which was or I picked it up. But yeah, they did a fantastic job. Because when I would want some BLTs, that's what I would do. And they always worked out really good. But yeah, here in the Philippines, Like I said, there's really no, they don't have bacon. We can get it at S&R, but that's about the only place. And like I said, I'm pretty sure that's shipped in from America, so it's very expensive. It's very expensive by Filipino standards. Not expensive for us. And actually, I wouldn't be surprised if my wife brought some bacon home today. But she brought some Filipino bacon home. Was it yesterday, day before? She went to the grocery store. And as soon as she tried it, she was like, oh, this is horrible. And I'm like, yeah, well, you know. But yeah, it was kind of funny. I was kind of like, what did you expect? Good God, you guys are killing these things faster than I can target them. This one's going to be gone here in a second too. So, I didn't check what time we started. So no jerky making for Bond. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, it's weird because the air conditioner strips the water out of the room, the humidity out of the room. And so all you would really need would be an air conditioner in a room. And so you should be able to cure bacon, like that. And that's what Jackson and I have talked about it as a possible business opportunity. But yeah, I don't know exactly what it takes, so. Have you ever tried getting the cooked bacon delivered? The entire pit would be watched day and night. Back in the day, they used full-size sheets burning wet wood to smoke the meats. There you go. Alright. Return. Compress. Back. Alright. And of course, they're sitting over here twiddling their damn thumbs. Press. But yeah, we started a little after 10 p.m. here. Okay. It's 12:44. Yeah, so that was the beginning. I was going to say for this belt, because we're flying through this belt. So yeah, the last belt was a little over half an hour, about 35 minutes. And so I was kind of curious. I think it was it Blue Gray? You said your record is 14 minutes with you and all your alts. So I don't think I've ever been able to accomplish that. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Oh crap, I forgot to Did I bring Kragan over? I did bring Kragan over. I forgot to give Dumpling his drones back. Hey Dumpling, where are you at? Alright, let me come over to you. Good God almighty. I knew I forgot something. There's still 25 or so rocks here. Yeah, but that won't last long. I can only run one character. You can only run one? Okay, so it wasn't you. Okay. I'm not sure who it was then. I thought it was you. Alright. I'm going to come over here to you, Dumpling, and I'm going to give you your drones back. I'm going to put them in a can. I'm going to name it for you. There we go. Fly by. Fly by. And actually, I'm going to give you a third one. Just for being such a good sport. There you go, Dumpling. You should be able to grab that one. That's got your drones in it. No worries. Sorry it took me so long to get them to you. I'm glad I remembered. Otherwise, I'd have been, when I cleaned it out later, I'd have been like, whose are these? Two minutes to the ad break. Oh, actually, ads are on. I'm going to go get a cup of coffee. I'll be right back. Oh, stand up. Oh. Oh. Damn, Gail, you stay here. I'll be right back. Alright, ad break's over. I'm only running mine and watching the fleet button. Alright, sorry about that. I'm gonna get another cup of coffee. Appreciate you guys. Is it picking me up? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yep, it looks like the microphone's working. My closed captions are not working. There they go. Now they're catching up. I actually had a deaf guy join my stream once. Thank you. I had a deaf guy join my stream once, and he said, you know, it'd be great if you had closed captioning. And so I added the closed captionings for him, and he's never been back since. So, but they're there in case he comes back. So yes, thank you for that. Appreciate it. But yeah, kind of funny. Strangest things. The strangest things. So yeah, so this one's about to be gone too. You guys are killing it. Killing it. Bunch of Veldspar left. That's about it. A little bit of plague. Killing it. Got a good group today, so yeah, back is definitely feeling a little bit better, but the steps. So this rental, our house that we designed, that we're hopefully going to have start building soon, if the contractor ever actually gets us the estimate. It's all one level, and so I don't want any. We need more rocks. There you go. I don't want any steps. And so this place has steps, and they are super steep steps. And so yeah, my back, the steps are really being bothered by that. But other than that, I seem to be doing okay. So, but you know, what else is new? Yeah, that was Vernon. Message from CVX Pharmacy. I already told you guys to stop. $7:16 a.m. That was weird. That was a while ago. No crap. Yeah, now it's the middle of the night for him, so that probably wasn't good. Why is it showing? Yeah, my ex-boss tried to call me. 40 rocks and 7-2. All right, so 7. I don't stretch, but I probably need to stretch. In fact, that's one of the things the wife said is I probably need to get out more because all I'm doing is sitting around the house. So I am losing weight. So if I actually got out and walked or did something, that would probably help massively, but I haven't done that yet. So I do need to do something like that. So thanks, Kitty, for the hydrate. And then a cup of coffee. And stretch. Yeah, stretch is always good. But yeah, 40 rocks and 7-2. So we can head to 7-2 next. That will work. Because, yeah, I think we're going to finish this one than that. 80 rocks and some massive score. That's even better. So the boost is being run by drachenhort. His, the character name in game is Nuwen. Nuwen. And so, yep. NPC taken care of. Thanks for that. Hardest part for me to get walking is getting to the sidewalk. Yeah, after this belt, I'm headed to bed. So the next one will go just a bit slower. No worries, Lego. Thanks for that. Appreciate you being here with us. But yeah, the walking here is really nice. The problem here is I have to do it either really early or really late. So either after 6, so it gets dark around 6. Pretty much every day it gets dark at 6, and then or I got to do it at like 6 o'clock in the morning because it gets light around 5:30 in the morning. And so yeah, and I'm not up at 6 o'clock in the morning anymore. Since I don't have to go to work, it's kind of nice. I sleep in, but the wife is keeping me up till 1 or 2 in the morning watching stuff. So, but yes. The sunset walks are nice, and usually she'll walk with me if I walk around 6, and so I think that's what we're going to start doing. Yeah, no worries, Dumpling Daddy. Anytime you guys got to leave, more Newen, less Nestman. There you go. Jerry Can, where'd you go? We could really use your MTU. We got a bunch of boxes here I have to keep collecting. Oh, crap. Yeah, freaking. Uh-oh, what happened? Am I not getting a boost? Oh, we don't have the... One of the boosts is worn out. So we're not getting a distance boost anymore. Yeah, we lost the boost. You didn't need to leave, Jerry Can. We were enjoying having you with us. Here, let me add my boost. See if that works. There we go. Now we got a range bonus again. Good God, I just targeted these and they're already gone. I never even got a chance to turn my miners on. Why am I approaching the Scordite? I don't want to approach the Scordite. Remind me to make some more. There you go. I have something if you want. I turned mine on, so we should be good. I ran out the last time, but luckily it was only, I think, it was me and somebody else, and Jerry Can logged on to give me some, so. But yeah, Jerry Can, you could have stayed with us. Would have kept me from having to pick up these boxes. I think people wanted to salvage, but they didn't want to pick up the boxes, so. I have some too, yep. Oh, don't worry about it. I got them. Yeah, I got them. I can't target any asteroids anyway. You guys are mining them too damn fast. They're all gone. All gone. All gone. Oh, we got another rat. Now I gotta unlock one. Oh, I don't have them. Come on. Yep, didn't even get my drones out. Guys, you're too quick. Should turn this on. I never pick up the rat loot when mining, especially in high sec. Low sec I will tractor with a port character. Yeah, I always pick it up. I always like to clean up. Leave it better than the way we found it. Ooh, I'm too far away. Oh, doesn't matter. Oh, for crying out loud. You guys are literally tearing these up. Yeah, we got Veldspar. That's what we got. I don't know who was working on the Veldspar before, but that's all that's pretty much left. Never anything useful on high sec. Yeah, that's not true. I break them all down. Yeah, and I don't leave garbage in space exactly, but I break them all down and use the minerals that I get from them. I get quite a bit of minerals, quite a bit of high-end minerals. So it makes it worthwhile. Don't forget to pick up 15, Skip. Yeah, we need to check. I need to check and make sure I got them for this week. I'm pretty sure I did. But that's what I always try to do when we have our mining event. I try to check them out to see if I got them. And then pick them up the next day. Alright. That's the last one. That's the last one. That's the last one. Let's turn you off. Coughing. Coughing. Prepares to criminal salvage again. There you go. Coughing really hurts my back. All right. One's which? That one's loaded with mining laser optimization, which I think his is better, so I'm gonna turn that one off. Field enhancement. So yeah, we're down to like the last 10 asteroids, so less than 10. So we're gonna go to 7-2 next. So if somebody wants to scout it, or I think maybe DLH already has. Thanks for that, DLH. I know we got a couple that are gonna cut out, which is perfectly fine. Appreciate you guys being here. Always a good time. Always a good time. Always a good time. All right.
The asteroid is depleted. The asteroid is depleted. The asteroid is depleted.
Man, it takes a long time. So I'll head over there now. Thanks, DLH. Appreciate it. Yeah, we've only got 5 left here now. Up 6. Correction. Got all the cans cleaned up and all the wrecks cleaned up. I'll hang out, make sure everybody picks up their drones. All right, that's it. Last asteroid. I set up near the middle if you want a warp in spot. Perfect, thank you. Drachenhort, I'll let you get settled. Go ahead and start powering down. Oh. That's it. That's another belt down. 2 belts killed. 2 belts killed. That's pretty good. Where'd my fleet go? Social fleet. There we go. Somehow my fleet window got closed. All right, I got my mining drones. We still got 2 hobgoblins out. Actually, a bunch of hobgoblins. Which I think are scimitars. Oh, it's pouring down rain. I'm like, what is that noise? It's raining here. You guys might be able to hear it. No, hey, Legomaniax, thank you. Always a pleasure. Appreciate having you on board. So, I think I was only the second, but maybe not. It might have been the third. It's not unusual that I lose count. So, appreciate the fleet. No problems. Scimitar, appreciate you being here. Or, I'm sorry. Jack, what was your name? Jeff. Dumpling. Thank you, Dumpling. You're always welcome. Always welcome. Always welcome. We do still have a lot of drones out, but yeah, it is pouring. It's like, what is that noise? Kitty, thanks again. Appreciate you. Yeah, I understand it's getting late for you guys. After 1 a.m. for you East Coasters. For you East Coasters. Thanks for the contract. Oh, you didn't need to do that. Thanks, Lego. You could have sold it. Blossom will actually, Blossom will buy it from you. I think you got to take it to Jita though, but. Oh, you were saluting Dumpling. Okay, cool. I thought you said you were leaving too, so sorry about that. All right, everybody's got their drones. That's good. I'm going to go ahead and warp since everybody's got their drones. Drachenhort, if you need to take off, feel free as well. Appreciate you boosting. Not worth the effort. Put it to good use. All right, Lego, I will. Thank you for that. I can always use the ore, so. You can always use the ore. Reagan's already here, but I haven't got him started on mining yet because I'm kind of an idiot. I hear complain that you guys don't leave me any asteroids, and then why am I not? Oh, yeah. I gotta wait for the boost. There it goes. Nope, I still didn't get it. There she goes. So yeah, the missing boost is on now. So yeah, it's pouring. I don't know if you guys heard that. So boost back with new range charges. All right, excellent.
Caviar. Liberta asked.
Well, then I'll go ahead and turn mine off.
Tell us a story about Barney the Purple Capsuleer and Eve Online. All right, Chumbata, gather round. Barney the Purple Capsuleer was a legend in New Eden, a titan of industry and a feared force in combat ops. Legend goes Barney ran with a fleet known as the Colorful Cartel, painting the galaxy with their flashy victories. One day, during a mining op gone sideways, Barney pulled a daring warp maneuver, saving his fleet from an ambush. They've been singing songs about that purple hero ever since.
I'm still not hearing that, Caviar. Thanks for being here. I don't know why I'm not hearing it. Yeah, that's really pissing me off. Before I heard it and you guys didn't. Now I don't hear it, you guys do. So as long as you guys hear it, so. Purple Cap, Barney the Purple Capsuleer. I really wish I could hear them. Yeah, see, if I don't have mine on, it doesn't look like it's working. So I turned mine back on. $27. Oh. There's some rats. Have some cheese, rat. Have some cheese, rat. Jadzia! Jadzia's back. Alright, let me get it. Let me get you an invite, Jadzia. Oh, I gotta be on the right character. I tell you, some days it really doesn't pay to get out of bed. There you go. Up. Oh, decline. Says you're already in a fleet. Oh, no, no, no. I don't want to jettison. I want to compress. Yeah, says you're already in a fleet. No worries. Ouch. That's another thing I can't find here in the Philippines. Canned air. You know, for blowing out your keyboard or that kind of stuff. Now, and I didn't think it was going to be a problem because I didn't think there would be a lot of dust here. Turns out there is a lot of dust here. So now I'm looking for canned air and I can't find canned air. Which is just crazy. Which is just crazy. Just crazy. Nope. Miner shut off. Why my miner shut off? Why are you not mining? I got myself an electric duster. Oh, not sure I can ship that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the canned air I couldn't put in the boxes. It was one of the things restricted from the boxes. But an electric duster. How's that work, Jerry Can? Because I might check into that. Why are you not approaching? I said approach. I tell you, some days it doesn't pay to get out of bed. Alright. That's why it's not approaching. Real good. What brand did you get? Oh. Sorry. That way I know which one to look for. We have one of those Swifters, which was really good. But it was, you know, it was okay, but of course I think we left that in America. I don't think we brought it. Data vac. Okay, try an airbrush compressor. There you go. Oh, there you go. I didn't even think about a compressor. That's not a bad idea. then I wouldn't have to keep buying it. So just hook it up and that's a great idea. Thanks for that, DLH. DataVac. I'll check that out, Jerry Can. Yeah, because I would prefer something that doesn't just blow it around, because that just makes it a problem for later. So that just always makes it a problem for later. So yeah, he's already in another fleet, Kitty Ninja. He's just dropping something off for drachenhort. So, or at least I think that's what he's doing. I use one without paint for blowing out my PC. That's a good idea. I never even thought of that. That's a great idea. Thank you for that. I didn't even think of that. That's awesome. Now, that's another good question, though, is will Amazon ship it here? Yeah, it's still pouring down rain. Still pouring down rain. DataVac. Electric duster. First. Oh, it's funny. So Amazon doesn't have it, but they're willing to show me a whole bunch of other things. Oh, there's one. DataVac computer cleaner. Computer duster, superpower, electric duster blower, environmental friendly, alternate compressed air. Free delivery to the Philippines, Friday, June 27th. Actually, that's not bad. DataVac computer brand. Do Philippine cars have fancy paint jobs? Some of them do. Not many, but there are a few. There are people here that do that for a living, but it's expensive, of course. By Filipino standards, it's not expensive compared to what we pay in America for that. It's very cheap. But it's one of those where most of the Filipinos don't have enough money to pay for something like that, so they don't do it. So, but if you have somebody like an American that's here, they usually try to have their setup special so that they can stand out. And so a lot of the foreigners do it. Yeah, I like that, Jerry Can. Says it'll even work with the other ones. Yeah, because the compressed air, you always got to buy more, which is ridiculous. So I like that. I like that. Let me check out the airbrush compressor. Oh, gotta spell it right. Yeah, and they're about the same price. Yep, about the same price. That's a lot. The airbrush compressor is a lot bigger. There are smaller ones. Of course, the smaller ones are more expensive. The smaller it gets, the more expensive it is. That's normal everywhere. But yeah, I like that DataVac one. Did you get the variable speed or the single speed, Jerry Can? Yeah, see, this would even work for the air conditioner filters. This would be great. Over a decade of use before replacing it. That's a lot of air cans. Don't know doesn't say. Yeah, here it's giving me an option for the single speed or the variable speed. So, but you're right. When I look at it, it doesn't seem to show on the side if it's single speed or variable speed. So I don't know what the difference is, other than the price. But they will ship it to the Philippines. I got pasao. Oh. Now the question is, does it have a tariff? No import fees, deposit, and free shipping to the Philippines. There you go. That's the perfect one. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that one. And it is a little cheaper than the smaller airbrush compressors, though. I like that idea as well. Thank you for that, DLH. It just has a push button. Yeah, that's what this one looks like. And a couple of attachments. Looks like it's got some attachments, but that's pretty cool. Yeah, and I could definitely use it for the computer and stuff. Which one's that? So that's different. That's like some kind of vac. That's a Metrovac. Oh, Metrovac. That's the other one. Ah! So it says DataVac computer cleaner, but on the side it says Metrovac. Which is weird. Well, maybe it's not a DataVac. Maybe it's a Metrovac. High-powered motor, the DataVac electric duster. Why does it say Metrovac on the side? Oh, it says Metrovac, the DataVac electric duster. So, CyberFB, thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. I guess I better get back here. My drones are sitting here, twiddling their thumbs. Drachenhort, are you still there? Did we lose you? Because it looks like Jerry can... Oh, compression is off. Yeah, it looks like maybe he ran out of fuel. CyberFB, good to see you. Yeah, it says compression is off. Did you run out of fuel? Orca moving to some asteroid. Okay. Yeah, that double click. I hate it. I say I could always turn mine on. I wasn't sure if you were still there. It looks like Jerry Can dropped off some field enhancement ones for you right outside your Orca. Of course, it looks like you moved now, so now they're further away. Why not run the faster cycle for miners? I don't understand what you mean, CyberFB. The boost. So we're running several boosts. So we have the range, we have the crystal validity, and the capacitor one. So yeah, but it's yellow box. It shows white to me. He will turn criminal if you pick it up. Yeah, it shows white to me, but it was dropped by Jerry Can. It's my corp. Jerry Can's part of my corp. So yeah, he dropped it specifically for Newen, but it looks like his Orca moved, so now it's far away. So I'll go pick it up. Oh, I don't want to pick it up with this guy. But yeah, suspect. Yep. But yeah, Jerry Can specifically dropped it off for him. That's why he changed the name. And it shows white to me, to both my characters. So I don't know why it's showing yellow to you guys. It may be showing white to me because he's part of my corp. But yeah, maybe he didn't release it. So what I'll do is I'll pick it up. And then I'll drop it off for Drachenhort. So yeah, because Drachenhort started moving, I guess, before he noticed it. Yep. And I didn't think about it. All right, so compression's back on. Yeah, it'll take me a minute to get out there. So, yell it at me. Just abandon it or I'll tractor it in. Oh, you got a tractor? Okay, cool. Well, it's 30 kilometers from me. I'm not sure how far it is from you, but what kind of tractor do you have? Do you have a tier 2 tractor? Otherwise, it'll only do 20. So, but yeah, I can abandon it. I think it'll let me. Yeah, abandon container. So see if you can get it now. If you can get it now, I'll let you pick it up, because that'll definitely save me having to go out there to get it. Take me a while to get out there. All right, cool. Yep. Yeah, so that's what it was. He dropped it, not thinking that Drachenhort wasn't in the same corp. So yeah, no worries. And yeah, I actually was able to abandon it, so it should show blue to you now. Cherry Can and I are in the same corp, so he's part of our local corp. Oop, that's not what I wanted. Oh, that's not what I want. Stop. Unlock. Man, compression's taking forever. It's weird. It's taking forever with Kragan, but it's not taking forever with Falstaff. So I don't know why it's taking forever. Really weird. Alright. Thanks, it's coming in. No worries. Yeah, sorry, I didn't think about it not being white to you guys. I saw it white, so I figured it was white to everybody. I didn't think about it. Sorry about that. And then when you didn't pick it up, I thought maybe you had gone AFK or something. We get it all figured out. Oh, thanks again, Jerry Can, for dropping those off. Yeah, shorts are riding up on me, which is not helping my back problem. Squeezing my unmentionables. Yeah, so I need to put something on the back of this monitor to. I got two settings with this camera, either high or low, which is pretty ridiculous. Looks like the rain stopped. Yeah, it was really, when I went down to get the second cup of coffee, the clouds were really dark. CC is funny as heck. Oh, closed captioning. Yeah. Like I said, I put that on specifically for a deaf guy that had joined my stream. He was like, hey, be more accessible to people with disabilities. I'm like, sure. I appreciate I always love that kind of stuff. And so, yeah, I went out and he told me which one was good. And I went out and researched it, got all loaded. He's never been back to my stream since. So, but I have it now. So if anybody else is here, at least it's something that hopefully will cover some other bases. And I like watching it because that's how I can also tell my microphone's working. Is it because if it's putting words up there, then I can see, okay, it's obviously hearing me. So I haven't had as many, hey, you're muted problems lately. So I got the CC now on too. So yeah, it's not always super accurate, but yeah, at least it lets me know that the microphone's working. So. And yeah, probably I don't think I've ever read it, so I never picked up on how inaccurate it probably is. So, all right, what are you doing? 32 kilometers. That's gotta be too far away. What are you doing? Oh, for crying out loud! How'd you get all the way over there? Hurry up. Nothing like flying too far away from the asteroids you're mining. Right before it cycles, so that you don't get credit for it since you've been working on it for 3 minutes. Alright, I guess we did get it. Cool. Stop. Just stop. Just stop. Called me Jerry Cam. There you go. There you go. Jerry Cam. Jerry Cam. Jerry Cam. That's a good one. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. I bet you it probably has trouble with a lot of the names. It's funny. So I have an Alexa, which I pretty much bought as a joke. And it was funny. So the very first day I got it, it arrived on Columbus Day. And I've had it for several years. So it was Columbus Day a couple years ago. And so it said, hey, you need to talk to it so that it can, get used to your voice. I'm like, okay, no problem. So I talked to it. I asked it questions. I said, hey, Alexa, is today Columbus Day? And she said, no, today is not Columbus Day. And I'm like, okay, it is Columbus Day. So I said, Alexa, what day is Columbus Day? And it said, Columbus Day is October 29th or 21st or whatever it was. And I said, okay, Alexa, what is today? And she said, today is October 21st or whatever. And I said, so Alexa, is today Columbus Day? No, today is not Columbus Day. And I'm like, okay, so there's zero logic programmed into this because I've just, talked you through it to make you realize today really is Columbus Day. So my very first experience with it was kind of like, okay, well, this isn't going to be good. But every time we're watching TV or something, and my wife will be, oh, that's the guy that played in such and such. And it's like, that's not even close to the guy that played in such and such. And she won't believe me. So then I asked Alexa, who's the character that played who's the actor that played such and such character? And she'll go off on some tangent about different things or the size of trash cans or whatever. And I'm like, where the hell did you get that? And it gets so frustrated because it's like, okay, just forget it. I can do a Google search quicker than this. But yeah, it's funny because it's kind of become a joke. But logic pathing, it has zero logic pathing. It's literally doing a search on Google or whatever Amazon uses. It's doing a search there and says, hey, here's where we go. I'm sorry, I didn't realize DLH left. Sorry, DLH, I missed your leaving. Thanks for being here. But yeah, it has zero logic. So, but yeah, it really has a field day with my wife's accent. So it's learned my voice. But when she says something, it can't understand a word she says. And so I'll say the exact same thing and she said, and she'll be like, that's what I said. And I'm like, yeah, that is what you said, but that's not what she heard. So she gets frustrated with it too. So, but yeah, it's designed for basic convenience. The main thing I used to use it for in Kansas City was as soon as I got up in the morning, I asked her, what's the weather going to be today? And she'd tell me what the weather was. 9 times out of 10, she was wrong. But all she was doing was searching the internet to say, at that very moment, what's the weather? And so as soon as it changed, she never updated it. But that's the other thing. Right now, it's still giving me weather warnings for Kansas City, even though we're in the Philippines. And I've asked her, I said, Alexa, where are we located? And she's like, oh, we're at, such and such San Juan, Batangas, Philippines. And I'm like, okay. And so, yeah, I went out on the Alexa app, and I have not been able to figure out how to fix that. But yeah, it is designed for basic convenience. But it is kind of nice. She's the one that helped me figure out there was a pizza place that was close by. Because I was like, hey, Alexa. One day I was just like, hey, Alexa, what kind of food is available nearby? And she's like, oh, you got 5 or 6 places around. There's a pizza place and a KFC and a McDonald's. And I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. Because I didn't think she would actually be able to do it here. Like I said, there's really no internet presence for lots of things here in the Philippines. They don't have a website. Where in America, everybody's got a website. Here in the Philippines, everybody's got a mobile app. Nobody's got a website. And so, which is kind of funny. So, another raid.
FBI, open up!
Autonomous, thanks for the raid, buddy. Appreciate it. If you guys aren't following Autonomous, give him a shot. Give him a follow. He's pretty good streamer. Good to see you, Autonomous. Thanks for the raid. Booga, good to see ya. Welcome, Raiders. We're just doing our mining event. Every Monday night American time, Tuesday morning in the Philippines, we do our mining event. Always a good one. Hexavexed. Thanks for the follow. Ask ChatGPT. It Googles better than Google. Yeah, I bet it does. I bet it does. The problem with ChatGPT is I'm afraid it's going to remember what it tells me, and I don't want it to remember. That always freaks me out. Like, you asked me 3 days ago about this internet search. Why are you asking me again? Like, what? I think ChatGPT is smarter than me. He has great taste in music. He has an excellent taste in music. I do have to give him that. Have to bail, mate. Feel like it's been massaged with a hammer today. Ouch. That's not good. I actually did something to my back this morning, so I know how you feel. So I hope you're feeling better. But thanks for the raid. Yeah, that ChatGPT, I used it when I was first searching for internet service here in the Philippines, but I was in America. I used the ChatGPT. The problem is they've only loaded it, or back then, they had only loaded it with data up to like 2020, so it didn't have the latest data, and so it wasn't able to give me any current stuff, and so it was kind of frustrating. And so, because I was really trying to solve my internet stuff, so ads are going to start here in about a minute. So, the Hexaved, thanks for the follow. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Hexavexed. I'm just going to call you Hexa, so that I don't keep tripping over it. Yeah, I definitely feel better, Autonomous. I hate when that happens. And I do know the feeling. Somehow, like I said, I tweaked my back this morning, and I'm thinking after I lay down probably for a bit, it'll probably be fine. But yeah, talk about a nightmare. Hell to get old. Hell to get old. Hell to get old. I hate it. I'm so glad I was able to retire early so that at least I had some time to be able to enjoy before everything started falling apart. Return. Launch. Pack. Oh. But yeah, we're doing our mining event today. We're right at our 4-hour mark, so we'll probably keep going until everybody wants to quit. Or at least until Drachenhort's done. He's the one doing the boost, so yeah, Drachenhort, you let me know when you're ready. Return. Launch. Salvage. Excellent. It's actually telling me when asteroids get taken away. That's awesome. Yeah, I think we'll be heading out soon, getting a bit hungry here. I understand. So let's, do we want to, how many do we have left in this belt? We still got quite a bit left in this belt. So yeah, just let me know when's good for you. Pick a time. Pick a time, anytime. And we'll call it. Well, I say that, and now 2 asteroids just popped in that little tiny time frame. Yeah, I definitely need to stretch my back out some. Would say once this belt is done. All right, we can do that. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you boosting, really do. I've got the skills in the queue to raise my boost up some more so that I can give proper boost like Jackson and kicking. But yeah, unfortunately, I think it's like a 17-day training. So, and I always find something I need more. So, it doesn't look like it's that much. Okay. Yeah, we're going through them pretty quick. And we have lost several, but yeah, we're going through them pretty quick. But yeah, Jerry Can's got some huge boosts too. He's got huge tracts of land. So yeah, so they always make me jealous because those are always bigger than mine. Probably shouldn't say that on an open stream, but look at him flexing, yeah. He's all that and a bag of chips. Compress. Yeah, that compression. Yeah, it looks like Kragan's got a really slow connection. But it's funny because him and Falstaff are using the same connection. So that makes no sense. Is that going up or down? I bet you that's going up. Yeah, but I got the 27. It should be okay. 27, yep. Alright. Nope, it's getting lower. Cool. I love it. I can pick up the boxes and still mine. Still mine. One sputtle is never enough. There you go. Look at him flexing. Yeah, it's always good to have a backup because you just never know with the connection problems, especially today. Everybody's been having connection problems. And it's just killing me how long it's taken to loot stuff. Come on, guys. Alright, I'm at the limit, so probably should approach this guy. Come on, approach him. Quick. Four cycles, hurry up. Come on, kick it. Ah, you piece of shit. Well. No, I lost the whole cycle. Piece of crap. Lost the whole cycle. Did you try to get some wormhole mining? So yeah, we don't do the wormhole mining. Too risky. This is high sec, so that way we can just sit here and relax and have fun. I do some from time to time for myself, but for the most part, yeah, we just when we need special ores or something. But for the most part, for the mining event, we try to keep it a safe environment, so that way everybody can still have fun and enjoy everything that's going on. Alright, these guys are all in range now, so we can stop. Bunch of Care Bears. Yep. 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 Well, the last thing I want on my conscience is to have a mining event and get everybody killed. That would really bum me out. Hey, why are you not stopping? Good God Almighty. It's even taking a long time for my miner to stop. What is going on? Man, this is ridiculous. Ridiculous! That'd be a clippable memory, though. Yeah, there you go. That's me. Grumpy. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I would lose sleep if I got everybody killed. That would really bother me. Like, have a mining event, get everybody blown up. That would be just totally uncool. Yeah, if you want that kind of content, we got a lot of people out there doing that. I'm the more laid back, casual streamer dude. Yeah, in fact, Autonomous, he usually does some PvP. Several of the ones actually on my team. So I'm on Team Mothership, as streamers go. And we've got several on there. Serpent Power is a big PvPer. Anarchos is a big PvPer. So he was size jealous, yeah. Oh, my wife's calling. Yes, ma'am. She's such a goof. Honey, I brought home some bacon. Yeah, they're just now at SNR. And so yeah. So we've been streaming 4 hours. They left right before I started streaming. They've just made it to SNR. So yeah, it's kind of an all-day thing when you go anywhere around here. And so, but yeah. Connection to server was lost. I lost, both of them lost. So it's been acting up. So I'm kind of not surprised because that's really... All right. Let's see if we can get back in there. Well, of course, that's going to screw up the whole fleet. I'm on a PC web browser. I see clips. Good job. So Alt-X, is that what clips it? I didn't realize it. Got him earlier saying he was size jealous. No clip. Yeah. Alt-X. I didn't realize Alt-X did that. So maybe you could see if Starlink is available. I'm using Starlink. Yeah, this isn't a Starlink problem. This is the Eve problem. So, because everybody has been having trouble with connection. I'm the only one from my stream that's in the Philippines, as far as I know, and so nobody else is using the same network as me. I guarantee it. So I am. No, he's saying he's on the PC. Yeah, so, and that's where I'm at. I'm on a PC too, so. All right, let me get Kragan back in here. Yeah, my Starlink has not been working well, and I have a complaint into Starlink, but unfortunately, that has done me absolutely no good, so. All right, so can one of you, somebody should have been promoted to owner of the fleet. So if that person could give me an invite, that would be great. It might be Newen, but I doubt it. So, Drachenhort, you might check and see if it's you since you're boosting, but I should have promoted you and then it would definitely have been you. But since I wasn't getting disconnected, I figured it wasn't a big deal. So, it's not, yeah, it's definitely not Drachenhort. So, oh, so it's Zacharist? Okay. So, Zarkanus, can you go ahead and give me an invite? So if you right click on my name, there you go. Perfect. Thank you. All right. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Thank you for that. And then let me try and get Kragan back in here. All right. And so you guys should get my boost now as well. Now I got to recover my drones. So how do I do that? I can never remember how to recover my drones. Where the hell are my drones? Oh, Kragan. I gotta actually go over to Kragan and tell him to accept. Stupid. Yes. Alright. Right click in space. Right click in. Okay. No, that's not it. Right click in space didn't work. Right click on capacitor. Okay. Nope, that's not working either. Oh, there we go. Reconnect the lost drones. Thank you. Unable to locate any drones operating on your ship frequency. Well, that's stupid, because I know they are. Yeah, all these mining drones are mine. So what it did, it looks like it gave them to somebody else. Which that sucks. No, I got mining drones here. No, it looks like for some reason it put them back in my thing, which is weird. I know they were out. Oh well, it looks like it put them back in my in my drone thing, so which is really weird. Not sure how that worked, but okay, I'll take it. Alright, so you guys should have the boost. Alright. Cash just logged off. Take care, Jared Can. Alright. They redock now in the DC. Okay, yep. Hotkey R should be available by default. Also check your bay. They typically... Yeah, that's what happened, Hexavexed. Thanks for that. You need to be in control range, I believe. Oh, reconnect or your cap when you're still... Yep. Right click on capacitor. Yep. Alright, so let's get him set back up again. So yeah, so that might have been our sign that we probably should have given up. Press. Alright, stack. Huh? Yeah, so it looks like you guys are right. It looks like they actually redock before you just completely disconnect, which is pretty cool. That's a nice change. So, all right. All right, back in business. So yeah, we'll finish this belt. Oh, my back. We'll finish this belt and we'll call it a night. See who's out there. Autonomous is gone, so yeah, I was gonna raid him, but Autonomous is gone. So We'll look out here and see who else is out here. Ghosty's out there. Yeah, it looks like Ghosty. That's pretty much it. Art Gravy's doing Eve Frontier. If you guys want to see some Eve Frontier, I could do that. jcronus is also out there. He's only got one guy, so. I've been wanting to do yeah. Where you vote. I'm already watching Art, okay. Where you vote. What do they call that? And I haven't figured out how to do it yet. Since I can't even think of the name of it. A poll. Thank you, SpectreVoid. SpectreVoid, thanks for being here, by the way. I didn't get to say hello to you earlier. I was in the middle of my disconnect problem. But thanks for being here. So, poll, yeah. So, if I do a poll... Alright, open a setup menu to create a poll. Okay, so let's do a poll on who... Okay, it didn't open anything. Oh, there it goes. Alright. Who should we raid? Alright, and so we got Art Gravy. Alright. Who else? Zero Chrono. Dial additional votes. There we go. And I don't think that... No cost. Oh, there has to be a cost? Alright, $1. And duration, let's give it... Well, we're going to be here for at least 5 minutes. Let's give it 10 minutes. Alright. Bingo! Alright. Cool. Thank you. Your mom. You put a / at them poll, yeah. Oh, did I? Well, that would do it, yeah. That would do it. Yeah, no, it eventually came up. It just took forever. And when I did it a second time, it said, please wait. So, I was just being impatient, I guess. Alright. Cragen's sitting over here not mining. What else was new? Alright. Oh, for crying out loud. I just disconnected again. Damn it. Alright, this is getting old. This is really getting old. So we went for 4 hours with no disconnects. Now it's disconnecting left and right. Once again, I should have promoted Drachenhort, and I didn't. Huh, what a pain in the butt. Yeah, without my boost, there's no range boost, Drachenhort, so I don't know what's going on with your range boost. All right, Blue Gray, have a good one. Appreciate it. Of course, it didn't promote Kragan. So yeah, it looks like Zarkanist is the head one. So yeah, Zarkanist, I'm gonna need you to invite Falstaff again. Sorry. Scimitar, thanks for that. Thank you, thank you. And I'm gonna promote Newin. Move member to wing commander. There you go. Oh, I just closed it. So, yeah. Using the charges Jerry Can gave me. Yeah, it's weird. It's not showing. Well, actually, it is showing. It's only showing 2. Where it was showing 3 before. Oh, no, it's showing mine. That's why. So, yeah, if I turn off mine. Let me see. Because I checked Kragan when I would, while I was still off. And it didn't show. We'll see. Mine just restarted, of course, so it'll be a while. Yeah, I ran out of crystal charges. Okay. No worries. Yeah, because I have one other one. So if you're doing the range, I can turn off the range, and then I've got laser optimization, which is probably the crystal one. So I can turn that on instead. But yeah, maybe I'll turn that one on and leave the range one off. Because your range is going to be further than mine. Oh, no, you're good, Jerry Can. Don't worry about it. We appreciate your help. So I'm missing a drone. All right, so let's see. It only got 4 of them. Reconnect to lost drones. Attempting to connect to nearby drone. There it is. So it brought 4 of them back, but it didn't bring the 5th one back.
The asteroid is depleted.
Well, that's interesting. I guess it tries as best as it can. Tries as best as it can. Oh my lord. Alright. Oh, that's not what I want. Unlock. Alright. I'm calling it a night. Thanks, Jerry Can. Appreciate it. Mine is range and speed. Okay. Yep. And so I've got one, I think, for crystal. So I just added it in. Nope. Yeah, it's not putting it. Let me turn it off. So maybe mine's the same. Mine might be the same for speed. So thanks, Jerry Can. Have a good one. 5th was on a phone call, so he wanted to wait till it was off the call before coming home. Yeah, that must have been it. That must have been it. That's all right. I got 4 out of 5. That's still pretty good. So, thanks again, Jerry Can. Appreciate it. All right. We're down to the last scoredites. Yeah, I shouldn't have done that, but oh well. We'll figure it out. Yeah, so it looks like I got the same as you. The laser optimization must be the one that gives the mining duration. And then the field enhancement gives the range. Your range is further, so yeah, we'll just use yours. Oh, don't cough. Oh, that hurts. So yeah, the wife was calling me. They just got the SNR. She was calling me because they had different coffee than what I had requested. So she was asking me which coffee to get. So good for her. At least she checked. At least she checked. Though I would have probably drank whatever she got, to be perfectly honest. So. I would have probably drank because I'm almost out of what I bought the last time we were at SNR. So. All right. Let's see if we can stay connected. It's weird because the stream hasn't cut out a single time, and the stream is way more sensitive than Eve. So the problems are definitely an Eve thing. So shorts are riding up on me. Sorry about that. With the back problem, the shorts riding up on me is really causing me pain from both sides. Causing me pain from both sides. Alright. So yeah, we've only got 15 asteroids left. So yeah, pretty good shape. I gotta do my dailies for today. The mining actually covered a good chunk of them, so can't beat that. Can't beat that. But my compression is working much faster now for Kragan, so the disconnect seems to clear up whatever was going on with him. Because yeah, every time I compressed, it was like a minute before it finally compressed, which is proof there was something going on. So. But yeah, I do have Starlink. I originally had PLDT, which I was not a fan of. And broadband, it actually worked about 70 megabits per second. Consistently, it was either 70 megabits per second or off. And it was off 3 to 4 times a day. So very inconsistent connection-wise. But when it was working, it was a consistent 70 megabits per second. And we had to call them several times because they were like, you know, it was down. And they were like, oh, yeah, we didn't realize it was down. We'll go check. And there was really no urgency, which I've been paying quite a bit. So I was a little pissed about that. But, you know, it is what it is. The poll has ended. We raid 2. All right. So, our gravy, right? Is that right? Oh no, tied. Our gravy and Ghosty Gaming. Okay, so yeah, so it didn't solve anything. All right, only 4 of you voted. I guess there's only 18, but all right. Yeah, I don't know if you guys want to see Frontier or not. I'm a little peeved with it. I voted twice for art. So it lets you vote twice? Ghosty is in Russia. Well, that's okay. No, Ghosty's not in Russian. Ghosty's American. Yeah. I raid Ghosty on a regular basis, so I don't know where you got that, Hexa. But yeah, so yeah, it lets you vote twice? Oh. I guess if you spend the points, it would let you vote as many times as you want, so yeah. Oh, I didn't know he was in Arkansas, but I knew he was in America. Yeah, we can do either. It doesn't matter to me. Like I said, if you guys wanted to see Frontier, I'm not jumping around. No worries, no worries. It happens to me all the time. But yeah, I wasn't sure if you guys wanted to see Frontier or not. I haven't really been interested, mostly because of the pricing scheme. Because they're charging you to get in early and then charging you a monthly subscription on top of that, which I'm sorry, that's wrong. Eve is not that way. Eve, you get the software for free and you pay the monthly subscription. So yeah, so that's kind of them double dipping. So that's a little bit bad. So I don't like Frontier. I just like art. Okay, yeah, art's pretty good. But yeah, so from that one, the monthly doesn't start until the game releases, I think. Oh, okay. Well, I didn't realize that. So that's not too bad, I guess. Yeah, so that I guess that hasn't been clear. So, because I looked at it and the lowest one was like $40, which is fine. But then they were going to charge me monthly as well, and I'm like, yeah, I don't think so. Where Dune Awakening is also out, and that one you pay once, and there's no monthly, so you just pay. You pay once for the software, and then you're good, which is kind of surprising with MMOs. MMOs almost always do a monthly subscription because it's too hard for them to otherwise cover the cost. So yeah, so that one was kind of surprising, but I gotta say Dune Awakening doesn't look good to me. So I've actually heard the exact opposite. I've heard everybody talking very, very good about Dune Awakening. So, but yeah, and that could be true. Yep. Yeah. So the monthly doesn't start until the game releases, I think. So, yeah, it's more online survival, and that could be true. So, which I kind of like the survival one, so that's not too bad. But if I was going to go, I would probably go with Dune Awakening over Frontier, just because of the pricing model. And so, but that's because I'm cheap. We've talked about that all stream. So, cheap's not a strong enough word for what I am. So, yeah. All right, so the asteroids are dwindling very quickly. Reagan probably doesn't have anything targeted. Of course he doesn't. Why would he have anything targeted? Those are too far away.
The asteroid is depleted.
So yeah, so this is the end of that belt. So yeah, I don't plan on playing Frontier. It just doesn't seem like my cup of microwave tea. Yep, I agree, SpectreVoid. That one's kind of mine. So that's kind of the way I've been looking at it. Is like I said, mine's mostly about the pricing model. Plus, I don't like there's no NPC stations. There's really no way you got to do everything here. So Contempo isn't here. Yep. But yeah, so all right, that one's too far away from me. So. And it's gone. So that's it. All right, I'm going to compress what I got left here. Drachenhort, if you want to start shutting her down, you should be good. Dune I might play when it goes on sale. Yeah, and that's what I have. I have mine marked on in my Steam. I have it on my wish list, so if it goes on sale. I do like the pricing model. So actually the drones are all in a separate group. So we'll move the drone to mining. There we go. All right, cool. So yeah, so Drachenhort, I'll cover your escape. Actually, I got to pick up these boxes. So let me get these boxes picked up. Shutting down and going to dock. Excellent. But yeah, Dune is probably the one that I would look at if it ever goes on sale. I do want them to... They've had some issues, I think, lately. It hasn't had a whole lot of bugs, but they've had some issues. I guess the worms weren't working the other day, and I was watching Chaos, and they were talking about it, which is a pretty big problem, so... I really like Steam and how they do things. If you buy a game and play it less than 2 hours and don't like it, yep, that is a good one. And honestly, in the history of mine, I have over 400 games on Steam. I think I've only ever refunded one, either one or two. So I like that they have that, but I've never really had to use it because all of them that I played were ones that I said, well, I will probably play this again, or I got it as an early access. And so I said, well, let me see how they turn out, and, you know, kind of took the chance on it and that kind of stuff. But yeah, but that is a good feature. I think Dune is one of those that in 2 hours you're not really going to get a real feel for the game. That's true. That's true. It does look like it's got a pretty big learning curve, and so I agree with that as well. Yep. This was a good night. I agree, Skimitar. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Appreciate everyone being here. Check and make sure everybody got their drones. They did. But yeah, we will do this again next week, so you guys are all welcome. We do this every week, same time. And love to have you along. But I appreciate you guys being here. And since we had a tie and StreetCornerBecky voted for Art twice, we'll go ahead and raid Ghosty. So, as best everybody, nobody really seems like they're interested in Frontier. So, no, thank you. Thanks, drachenhort, for the boost. Really appreciate it. There is water in our corporate hangar here in the Epic. Is it Epic? The Ergonix station. So if you go there, I'll replace your water for you. We keep that for everybody. But yeah, if you want, I can give you water back to replace your water. At least top you off. So we'll have it for next time. And yeah, we appreciate it. Thanks for being here. I'll be back on tomorrow night, 9:30 p.m. Eastern in America, 9:30 a.m. in Filipino time. So, all right, drachenhort, have a good breakfast. Thanks again. I really appreciate it. And sorry for calling you kicking all night. I had a nickel. Actually, here, let me trade you some water. How much water do you need? Let me trade you some water. Oh, come on. Fuel. How much water do you need? $4 a.m. Central. Ouch. CET. There you go. Let me know if that's not enough. Oh, no. Like I said, whatever you need, that's what it's here for. It's here for whoever's boosting. So I want to replace whatever you use. So make sure you have enough. I need to fill my porpoise up as well. So, because I didn't do that before I left. So, which is kind of a common theme with me. I always forget something. So. All right. But yeah, appreciate you guys. Thanks for being here. And thanks for watching. And we will get the raid set up for Ghosty. Hopefully he's going to be around for a little bit. He hasn't taken off. But... all right. There we go. All right. So thanks again. I will be back on tomorrow night. Roughly, I don't know, 18 hours from now, give or take. Hexavexed, appreciate you. drachenhort, thanks again. Kitty Ninja, appreciate you. StreetCornerBecky. Skimitar, appreciate you guys. SpectreVoid, thanks again for all being here. Jerry Can's already gone, but I always give him a special shout out. He's always the first one in my stream, so appreciate him. But yep, so we will see you over there in just a second. Let me go ahead and get connected so I can see the raid. All right, here we go. Thanks again, and I will talk to you guys tomorrow.